Welcome to this 4-hour decluttering mega vlog. There is no sugarcoating here. This is the full reality of what it looks like to declutter a house when you're the mum of 4 with ADHD. You'll find plenty of motivation and tips along the way, but also the honest truth, the burnout, the overwhelm, and the side quests that always seem to crop up. If you're tackling your own clutter, you don't have to do it alone. Grab my free decluttering checklist by going to mummyof4.com/declutter and let's get stuck in together. My name's Rhiannon Morgan. Everyone calls me Rhi, and this is a real journey for getting our homes under control. Now let's get on with it. Today is the day I start my decluttering mission to get my entire house decluttered by April, a date that I declared would be the day I'd get it all done by, and then somehow weeks went by and I didn't even start decluttering. So today is the day. I have been procrastinating all morning. I mean, I've had work calls to do, I've had important stuff to be doing, and I've had other things that I've ultimately been doing because I've been procrastinating. And now I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat something because I definitely need fuel to do this, right? But ultimately, I should have started this hours ago. I haven't yet. But that's the way these things kind of go, because decluttering is the kind of thing that feels overwhelming to do. No one wants to do it. We can always find more important things to be doing with our time, really important things that we need to get done, honestly. But really, it's going to feel so good when it's done. So in this video, you're going to very predictably watch me go through a slightly enthused stage where I very enthusiastically empty things out. And then probably where I feel incredibly overwhelmed and think, oh gosh, what have I done? But I know I had to do all the emptying out, otherwise my ADHD wouldn't let me see the project through. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, by the end of this video, we'll have a lovely, beautiful, decluttered space, one of the spaces in my home. But we're going to start first with assessing the damage. We're going to do a decluttering assessment and figure out which areas of my home need decluttering. I'm going to go through using a page from my upcoming, yet to be completed, but hopefully it's completed by the time you see this, fingers crossed, decluttering workbook, name to be confirmed. And we're going to do this decluttering assessment. So you can just grab a pen and paper and do this, or you can grab the decluttering workbook, which fingers crossed I finished and is available to purchase below. Hope so. Fingers crossed that's happened. So we're going to figure out which area we're going to start with, and then we're going to tackle one of those areas today. Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm hoping you're going to be decluttering along with me. Let me know down in the comments which is the most needy, the most urgent area in your home that you're going to need to declutter. So some of these places I have identified as low priority, they need attention but not super desperately, would be this kitchen pantry cupboard, this calyx unit in my office, this calyx in the hall where we store bags, and these drawers in my office. My dressing table drawer also needs a bit of a refresh, but isn't too bad. There are quite a few more moderate priority things that are cluttered. They're manageable at the moment, but starting to get out of control. So that would include the calyx in the playroom with all the toys, these drawers in the kitchen, this calyx unit in the dining room, and this cupboard under the stairs. If we just go out to the hall, this cupboard is in need of pulling out and sorting, but not today. Also in need of sorting, quite big project. We've got Will's, Calyx, Zara's and Bella's. Also some slightly smaller projects would be Bella's desk and Zara's desk. Also Will's desk and Will's wardrobe, I've just realised, perhaps a lower priority but do need doing. But the top priority, the space that is overwhelming me and stressing me out, is the playroom walk-in cupboard. So that's where we're going to start today. I've got my indoor trainers on that have not been outside since they've come out of the washing machine. These are the ones I'm currently using on my walking pad. And I kind of feel like if I'm wearing trainers, at least ones that don't go outside, so I'm not spreading muck all over the house, they're like go shoes, so they're going to make me go faster. Let's just keep telling myself that. And to do our decluttering today, I am going to be using my trusty baskets. I use these for everything, for sorting things room to room, to tidy away, for packing, for laundry is the most usual thing I use them for, just for sorting things into who goes into which room. But I'm going to be using them today just to sort things for recycling, things for going to certain rooms, things for storing, just for sorting and categorizing, from going a big pile of stuff into things to go different places. And I've got to say, one of the most game-changing things I ever did was just buy a load of baskets that actually slot together. I used to, in the last house, have loads of different types of baskets, from laundry to toys to all sorts. And when we just chucked them away and just got one type of basket that all slot in, I've probably got 20 of these around the house. But honestly, game-changing. And then when they go away, when they're not being used, one pile and done. Game changer, I'm telling you. So this cupboard is at the back of the playroom, which when our eldest is home, he has this back as his bedroom. This is a sofa bed, and then he has it as a bed, and he's at the sitting room in the day. But this big cupboard is supposed to be somewhere where I can store seasonal things. I did a massive declutter of it maybe 2 years ago. And the theory has been it's somewhere where I can store things, like stuff I buy for like decorations coming up to Christmas when it's not time to decorate yet, and Easter eggs coming up to Easter, and all the things. But at the moment, it's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's take a look at how bad it is. Okay, ready? Oh no. And over this side. Oh no. Oh, I just want to close the door and just walk away and run and hide. I don't want to do this, but it's going to feel so good when it's done. Basically, these boxes, which look, are labelled. I labelled them as seasonal. I can store things in them, like these cool number lights I bought for the children's birthdays and things. So I can access them easily, and so I can hide things. And yet, before anyone asks, the children are not allowed to open this cupboard. I tell them it's because things may fall on their head, not because there are things in there they're not allowed. I mean, the sad thing is, at the moment, things may genuinely fall on their head. We've got all sorts in here. We've got shoes, off-season shoes. We've got bedding. We've got some of Dylan's clothes, which we can't even get at because the poor kid, when he gets home, there's just too much stuff in the way. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to empty this whole thing. I'm going to empty it all into the lounge because I don't feel like there's enough space in here to deal with it. So I'm going to empty it all into the living room, and then I can clean it, and only clean, organised, decluttered stuff is going back in there, and everything else is either going to be donated, it's going to be thrown away and recycled. I only want things in here that I want access to reasonably often. Anything that needs to be stored long term should really just belong in the attic. Oh, good grief. Well, we reached that point of overwhelm in record time, didn't we? Okay, let's look at the positives. I have cleared out that entire cupboard. It is clear and ready to be cleaned, meaning when I finally tackle all this fun and games behind me, then I've got somewhere to put it. So we're going to go through roughly what's going on in here, and then I am going to get on with some cleaning. But maybe this isn't as bad as it looks. Or is it? Honestly, it's not totally as bad as it looks. My seasonal box system has worked pretty well. So I've got a few Easter eggs in there. These 1, 2, 3 and a bit are empty. They're empty boxes, which is what I want from my seasonal stuff, because seasonal boxes are, you know, for gathering things together to pack to go on a trip without having to trip over them, or gathering together Easter things, Christmas decorations, all that stuff ready to use. So I stand by the system. I'm glad I have got 8 boxes marked as seasonal, and I'm glad of that system. The problem was I just couldn't get at them because there was too much junk in the way. So it's not all bad. 3.5 are empty. Some of these don't need much. They can sort of just go straight back in. So that's sleeping bags. That's bedding. That's bedding. Some of this is Dylan's just clothing, that like pajamas and stuff. And that's a duvet thing. So yeah, so, you know, bedding. In fact, it even says on it, look, it says duvet, plastery, organised that quite well. These things are shoes and boots. They can pretty much just go straight back in. Those are things that I wear, but not much. So they don't live in my main wardrobe. I just go and fetch them on the very rare times I go out, which is not much at all. Same with boots. I need to go through. These are like summery shoes, but I think some of them are to go. This is scarves and leg warmers from back when I was dancing. Although I've got to say that's come full circle because I have started an adult ballet class recently. So I could use those again. Not a good advert for decluttering and getting rid of things, because those have been sitting there for 15 years and I haven't used them much, and now I'm saying I'm going to use them again. But still, I stand by the fact I do want to be kind of ruthless and just get rid of stuff that I haven't been using. So I need to go through that. That is a ring light that I don't use anymore, but Will started YouTube now, so I'm going to ask him if he wants that, and if not, that can go. These are boxes of tissues that I buy in bulk from Amazon because we've all got runny noses all the time in this house. I'm not sure what's the matter with us. It's not like we've always got a cold. We just always need tissues in every room, okay? Just let us live our lives. In here, some sort of toys. In here, a bunch of cables that I bet when I go through those, half of those don't even exist anymore. I bet there are the old iPhone 30-pin wires in there that can go in the bin. And so anyway, it is wise, etc. It is sort of organised, but I need to go through it. Over here I've got face masks, for goodness sake. I mean, flipping hope we don't need those again. Need to decide what to do with those. What's in here? Wellies that don't currently fit any of my children, but will fit some of them again. So maybe that's attic kind of stuff then. And then I've got spare Calyx boxes because some of these are looking a bit scabby and we need to sort round. Oh, and then over there we've got suitcases. I need to check what's inside those before I put them back. So a whole ton of stuff that was hanging up. Dry robes will just go back in, but they're kind of in the way. And then there's some coats and things under there I need to sort. Oh, I don't know. I don't really want to start any of this yet. I want to hide, but it's going to feel really good when it's done, isn't it? Let's start with a win, and let's go clean that cupboard so that at least when I start putting stuff back in, it's clean to go in. I know I was only going to do this, but as I move anything around, I may as well vacuum and clean all around here too. And although we're not actually going to declutter this today, I don't think we're going to have time, we may as well clean the floor.
This is Editing Ree here with you, having a little chat in voiceover. I wanted to have a quick chat actually about your preferences for decluttering videos and cleaning videos and things like that. So do you like it where there is music in the background and talking? Do you like it when it's just like voiceover, like I'm doing now, where I'm watching myself do stuff and talk to you? Or do you like it where, I don't know, which options have I given you so far? Right, just voiceover, just music, or when I just talk to camera and then in between bits do music without voiceover, or do you like it all music and no voiceover? I'd love to know what you think down in the comments. Now back to talking about what we're actually talking about. I'm shifting that sofa down the end just to get some space about the place. So it's normally situated in front of the TV and then we kind of spin it when we want to pull it out into a sofa bed. but I just need some space in here for sorting and decluttering. I guess I'm sort of procrastinating by cleaning and moving this room around a bit more. I know I need to clean inside that wardrobe, but I am not sorting the rest of this room today. I did not need to really do the rest of the floor and the backs of the rugs and stuff. But if I'm honest with you, I am procrastinating dealing with the big old mess in the lounge. And I feel like I need a win. And this, cleaning this area and making it feel clean and lovely, is a quick win. It's a quick win. So I'm going to wipe down all of these units. So these are just Calyx units. I know I got a lot of Calyx in my house. Don't come for me. It's just really, really good, easy storage. It's inexpensive. It's sturdy. We've repurposed a lot of them. Like this has formed the basis of wardrobes. So we've actually got Calyx in our upstairs wardrobe, but these are facing opposite each other. The ones in the upstairs wardrobes are facing out, if that makes sense. And then we've got bars between them, and that forms our wardrobes. But this was just sort of a really easy way to create this wardrobe with lots of dust, with loads of storage in here. Now, if I can get this cupboard back to how I wanted it, which is a space where I store occasional stuff, as in stuff I don't need to use every single day, but stuff I want to be able to access easier than the stuff in the attic, then that makes me happy, because that is a useful space. That is a useful use of this cupboard. But I've got to say, I found Christmas this year, just getting organised for it, quite stressful, because this cupboard was so stuffed. I was buying stuff, I got decoration things, I had it stored in here temporarily, and oh my goodness, that's embarrassing, look how much stuff there is. But the cupboard was so overflowing, it really stressed me out. Okay, that's enough chit chat. We need to get back to the actual decluttering now.
The cupboard is now clean. Let's get started with some decluttering.
If you're wondering what you're looking at here, it's someone that's totally overwhelmed and doesn't actually know where to start. And I'm going to be honest, I spend quite a lot of decluttering and packing and anything like that, where it's really overwhelming, standing in the middle of the mess going, where do I start? And I always conclude that the answer is just to start somewhere, that there is no actual logical beginning, middle and end to this. You just have to keep moving. So some top tips for keeping motivated when, like me, you have ADHD and all these things seem a bit overwhelming. Number one, if I didn't make this much of a mess, because I get a lot of people asking, like, well, why make such a mess? You find it overwhelming. Well, if I hadn't already made this much of a mess and I was just doing one drawer, one box or something, it would be so easy to just shove it back in and just stop. And I know this because I've done it so many times, okay? I am aware that this is a struggle of mine. So I know by tipping it all out, it's like, can't go over it, can't go under it, oh no, we have to go through it, just like going on a bear hunt. And I know for myself, I would not just shove this back in as it is. I've made enough of an effort. I've like gone far enough through it that there is no going back at this stage. And I know that it's going to feel really great when it's done. But it's still overwhelming. So some other things I do in order to keep me on track is have something fun and entertaining to do or listen to while I am decluttering. So maybe you could put on a video like this one while you're decluttering. I would love it if you'd let me know in the comments, actually. Are you decluttering along with me? I love to think that we're decluttering together and we are helping each other.
I think I need to start separating out some of this stuff now, detangling what we're doing. So I think if I start moving some of the stuff that is sorted or is empty back into that big cupboard, I can start to see what's left and perhaps it'll feel a little bit less overwhelming.
I think I'm at the stage now where it's like I'm needing to move past the can't see the wood for the trees stage. And that room is now clean and tidy. I only want to put clean, tidy stuff back in it, but I can put anything that's kind of done in it and away and out of sight and where it goes. And then I'm kind of only going to be left with the dregs. Now, don't get me wrong. The dregs are the tricky bits. The dregs are the, what do I do with this stuff? Oh no, I hate this. what do I do with it? But at least I can see where I'm at. So let's just move as much of this back into the other room as possible while we go back to our chat we were having. The chat we were having is about entertainment while we declutter. So if you've got an audiobook or something you're really enjoying, you can listen to while you're decluttering. Maybe a bank of videos or a TV series or something, and you actually save it as like a treat for while you're doing the hard thing. And this could go for anything. This could go for a certain TV show or YouTube channel or audiobook or whatever that you only watch while you're on the treadmill. So anything that is a bit irritating to do, that is less than fun, that you do not feel motivated to do, pairing that with something fun makes it just incentivizes you. Okay, it incentivizes you. Now we're printing out some labels. This is also something that makes me happy, to label things, and it just helps future me know what is in these boxes without having to go through each of them, and it just it makes your life a little bit easier. Maybe you're the kind of person that can remember what you've put in each box. I'm not that person, sadly. I need labels. Oh my goodness. Oh, so much stuff. Okay. Face masks. I don't think we're going to be needing those again, are we? I mean, I hope we're not. That was a tough time. I don't feel like we need to keep them for nostalgia. I feel like that's the kind of thing that needs to be decluttered. One thing you will notice at this stage is I'm not being very methodical. I'm not doing like all the shoes, then all the face masks. I'm kind of flitting between things. But the most important thing is I'm keeping on moving. So methodical, that's the ideal. If you do one set of things and you do all the shoes, then all the face masks. But next best thing, you just keep going. And for me, as long as you've got something, like I say, to keep you entertained, it could just be like phoning a friend. If you have got a friend that you speak to every time you are on your walk, doing your treadmill, doing your steps, cleaning, it's an absolute game changer. And what I find is that like wireless headphones are the answer for me, but I only ever use one at a time. So I have the little inner ear earbuds, and I've had AirPods before, and then eventually all wireless headphones die because they go inside your ears, don't they? And earwax and all sorts of gross stuff just, I don't know, ruins them. Anyway, I recently bought some AirPod dupes. So I guess they're called earbuds, but they came in all sorts of different pretty colours. They were something like £25, which compared to AirPod Pro, which are what, £250? I thought, well, you know, it's worth a go. So I actually think they're really good. They don't do the automatic device switching like AirPods do, but they do the trick. They do the trick, and they allow you to listen to things or have a phone call. And what I do is I just put one AirPod, earbud or whatever in one ear and then not the other ear. I encourage my children as they grow and they're walking around themselves to do the same. So the benefits of only having one ear, not two, then the other one is always charging, so one goes flat, you can switch them. And if you're at home, you can listen out for your children. And if you are walking around the streets, you can listen out for traffic that may run you over or people trying to mug you. I don't know. It's just, I think it's good to be aware of your surroundings. This is something I'd kind of like to teach my children. So going through these wires, did I say I thought we'd have some really out-of-date wires? Yes. Am I finding a whole ton of wires in this wire box that belong to things, devices we don't even own anymore? Yes. I mean, honestly, there are so many different wires in this box that belong to nothing. There's some old hard drives, so these are all going to be recycled. There's old Apple boxes. I don't know why. It's like, oh, look at that. That's an Apple 30-pin, you know, from the old phones and iPods from how many years ago with the 30-pin things? Well, I still have them in my house. They were sorted nicely in a box of wires. They weren't in in the kitchen drawer or anything. But equally, we do not need them. So they're going. Bye-bye. And these little things might seem like little things, like small wins, but the more stuff we can get out of the house, the better. So it doesn't look like we're making much progress, but we are, and we're keeping on moving. We're just keeping going. Let's take all these cases back into the playroom and put these wires away. The wires can go in the box, in the calyx. And we're going to bring all of the cases. Oh, hang on. First, that is an air conditioning unit. We very rarely use it in the UK. Very, very rarely. But I'm sort of reluctant to get rid of it because during the infrequent times that we do have a bit of a heat wave, it's been really, really good. Okay, so the cases. I don't need to do much with them. I just need to check what's inside them to see if any cases can fit inside of cases. And I think at the moment I've already got small cases inside of big cases. And, you know, that's a good way of storing things, small cases inside of big cases. And there are certain things inside of the cases that are only for travel. Things like neck pillows and stuff live inside the cases. I've got things like the pirate night costumes from Disney cruises. They live inside the cases because we're going to need those when we're traveling again. So really, I suppose I could have not bothered bringing the cases down because I haven't done much, but I'm glad I've checked what's in them, because if I hadn't checked, then maybe some stuff could have been rejected, but a very small amount of sorting was done there. I've now got a box dedicated, look, to tissues. Are you one of these households, by the way, that has to have tissues? And you see I've got like an acrylic tissue box. We've got tissues in every room, okay? I was in my 30s when my sister broke it to me that some people don't have tissues in their house unless they have an actual cold, as in, you know, feel really ill. And the rest of the time they don't have tissues in their houses because they don't have runny noses. And I was like, what? No, hold the phone, like you're making it up. But apparently it's true. Apparently some people's noses don't run all the year round. Is that true? Is that a thing? I was shocked. I was shocked because I always seem to have a runny nose. Sorry if that's too much information, gross. But if I just go from hot to cold to cold to hot, I do. Okay, so we're going to switch the tent and just chuck it over here. For some reason, that's not sitting properly. I'm going to put the tent over this end just for a minute and leave the seat down the other end just for the purpose of today. We can switch it back round again, but for now, that can go there and the kids can play in it over that end. And we can stick some cushions and things inside. They do love a little tent for cozying up and playing and reading. Let's take a little look at what we've done in the playroom. Now, I was not intending to leave this sofa chair thing here, and it's not ideal because you can't get into these things, which is a decluttering job for another day. But the children came home from school and said, hey, I love it. Can we leave it like that for a bit? So I've just, for now, we've swapped it around. So for now, that'll do. You can still pull it out. You can just about get to the desk. It's not perfect, but they want it for now, so fine. So I've moved the tent to over here for now. If they do want to watch TV, they can just sit in the tent. You know, not ideal for watching TV from down there, but hey ho. Anyway, this is what we actually want to see, isn't it? The decluttered wardrobe. So check through what's in those and put them back. The dry robes back in there. We've got bedding and stuff for when Dylan's home. And at the top, we've got sleeping bags. I have labelled all these so I don't have to go through everything. Some clothes for Dylan, and I'll put another box in there for more of his clothes. I've got off-season accessories. That's like summer stuff at the moment. And then down here, I've got like summer shoes that we don't need at the moment. Some bits for my work down there. Boots and shoes for me in these. This one needs a label, but it's tissues and toilet roll. All of these are my seasonal boxes. Most are empty, other than that's the ball things to go on the tree. So we fill them up with eggs, Easter, hearts, Valentine's Day, that kind of thing to go on that spidery tree. I have still got all of these frames. This was my intention for Christmas, to buy to have Christmas prints printed and then swap our frames on our floating shelves around for Christmas pictures. Didn't get it done this year, but that's on my to-do list for seasonal photos for the upcoming season, I guess, but definitely by Christmas. These are all the various lights and things. I have started buying the children's letters to make their names on their birthdays. I was a couple of letters short. I needed an R and another letter, so they didn't actually have them for these birthdays, but I'll pick them up for when I see them when they're back in stock. These were all from Georgia Asda. And then empty is what we like, because these seasonal boxes, I could use these for packing, Easter, Christmas, anything. Or when Dylan's home, you can just put his stuff in there, you know, if he's home for longer. So yeah, I'm really enjoying having empty. Please note, you can see the floor. This was not possible
Well, for ages. I at Christmas time, I physically couldn't open this wardrobe without things landing on my head. I was not even lying to the children. Over this side, there is a bit more stuff. Well, I've actually emptied all the rails. I've still got this air conditioning unit in here that's been slotted back in, and some wrapping paper. So we can access these boxes from either side. The rest of the cases, wires and things here. I've left all these empty because there is a little bit of damp coming in that corner. So my husband's going to do some dehumidifying type situation in the corner. But for now, they're all empty, which is cool. I have got this box frame thing. This is an IKEA thing that I'm going to put somewhere. I haven't decided where yet, but that's just kind of there for now. But look how clear it is. I mean, do we remember what this looked like earlier? Seriously, this was massively stressing me out before. And while I have still got a couple of little bits and pieces left to sort in the lounge, and just basically deciding what's going in the attic. Like, for example, my wedding dress does not need to be in here. I can go in the attic. And then a couple of things my husband's that he needs to decide what he wants to do with those. But I'm enjoying having this clear. I'm enjoying that. And I am feeling spurred on to declutter some more. Now, apparently, Ree of the future will have finished the decluttering workbook. So this process, next time I do it, will be easier for me and easier for you because you'll be able to grab that and we can do it all together. So I'll put all the details for that below. It's another decluttering day. Join me as I tip everything out in order to commit to making myself do things, inevitably get completely overwhelmed, and then hopefully by the end of the day have a decluttered space and feel great about it. I am trying to remain excited because I love a decluttered house. I do not enjoy decluttering, but I've committed to doing this, so we're doing it together. I made a bit of a declaration that I was going to declutter my entire house by the anniversary of the day we moved here, and this is day 2. I made this declaration some time ago and so far done 1 day of decluttering. This is day 2. So I may not have done it till now, but at least I am doing it now. This is the date I put in my calendar for this week that it's going to be decluttering. So even though I don't feel like it, we're doing it together. Now the good news is, since my last video, the beginning of this decluttering series, I have completed the decluttering workbook. So you may already have it because maybe you got it in the last video because it was ready by the time it went out, but not when I filmed it. But it is ready now for me to show you and for me to use and for us to use together so that we can get this done. And I can decide what I should be doing today and the priorities and actually having some sensible order to what I am doing. I've actually got not 1 but 2 things to show you. The first one is this 2-page clutter-free checklist, which is just designed to be a bit of a kick start for you. If you're just thinking, I want to declutter my house, I don't know where to start, I really need a quick win, this is totally free to download. Just go to mummyof4.com/declutter or scan the QR code on screen or click on the link down in the description in the accompanying blog post. I'll probably put it in the cards and all the places. And then I will email you this quick win decluttering checklist to really give you a boost and a bit of a kickstart to get started if you just do not know where to begin. That's totally free. Make sure you check your spam folder in case it's hiding in there. And then when you're ready to go a bit deeper, I have got, which is what I'm going to be using today, the ultimate decluttering workbook to organize, reset and transform your home. I cannot wait until my home is decluttered, organized, reset and transformed. It feels a little overwhelming, I'm going to admit. Between you and me right now, don't tell anyone, I am a bit overwhelmed at the idea of all the things I put on my list last time. In the last video, I did do the decluttering assessment where I went through and decided exactly what needed doing. And although the super high priority one I did in the last video, I'm so proud of myself, the playroom walk-in cupboard, which it makes me so happy now. I can't tell you the relief I felt after doing that decluttering. It felt so overwhelming, but it's so lovely in there now. It's easy to move around, it's easy to access. It has honestly just made such a difference to my life. I know that sounds really dramatic, but it makes me so happy that it's done. So if I can get that feeling again every time I tick off one of these, imagine how good it's going to feel. So we've got quite a lot of the moderate priority things to go through. We're going to have to pick one of those today. I'm also going to do some more of the decluttering workbook. You can print it off like this in A4, or you can do what I've done inside and just choose on your printer to have 2 to a page, and then it's kind of the size of one of my standard planners when it's open. So, you know, you've got options for when you're printing it, or you can fill it out on a tablet and you can print that out as many times as you want for personal use. That is the beauty of it when you inevitably have to do more decluttering because your children keep bringing stuff into your house. So the version I'm actually going to be using, I have printed out and put inside of my Organised Life binder. So the Organised Life binder is just something we build together. You can get any folder. I love seeing pictures of yours. I have got a pack of printables that you can use as like a starter pack to build your Organised Life binder. But ultimately, all these different printables that I share with you in the videos can be slotted in here. So I've got a whole section for my decluttering workbook that I'm going to fill out some of this stuff now and just go through it and make some sort of decision on what needs doing and get my mindset right for getting started. Okay, so I've been working through my workbook and I think I have made a plan for what we're doing today. Now, based on this that we had last time, I feel like we need to choose one of these high priority problem areas. So I think I'm going to do the under the stairs cupboard because I feel like that isn't an all day thing. So I can probably pick a few things because these are not like entire rooms. Sometimes I declutter by entire room, but I've been breaking this down into mini projects by priority. And there are lots of different ways to prioritize within the workbook. Each page will appeal more to different people and you'll end up finding your method and finding your groove. But ultimately the way I'm tackling it is with these kind of smaller mini projects. Some of them more mini than others, so that Will's calyx, maybe that'll take, and Zara's calyx for definite, that'll take a really long time. That's really big. But I think today I can probably do the understairs cupboard, the dining room calyx, and maybe the kitchen, one of the drawers, maybe not all of the drawers, maybe one of the drawers. So that's what's on my plan for today. I've put on my Go shoes, which I feel like help me go faster. The trainers I wear indoors on my walking pad. I'm going to grab my AirPods. I only ever put one of these things in at a time. These are official Apple AirPods and they're great, and especially if you want to switch between devices. But I also bought some sort of dupe AirPods recently that work perfectly fine. They don't automatically switch between devices like the Apple ones, but ultimately I just want to have one in my ear so that I can listen to music, listen to a podcast, listen to an audiobook, watch a YouTube video. If it's like a video you can just sort of listen to, you don't really have to look up that much. I might watch an episode of The Traitors while I'm doing this. If I can put my iPad in front, you know, and listen. I'm kind of into The Traitors, I've got to say. I've only recently discovered it. I didn't think I'd like it at all. And so many of you recommended it. And I had to persevere initially, but now I really like it. So if I can find these things that are like, do you know what? I can have a chat to my friend. Do you know what? I can watch something while I'm doing this. Do you know what? It's not just the result at the end, but I can make the bit in between quite pleasant. Then that is definitely worth doing. There's even a section in the Decluttering workbook on one of the daily decluttering worksheets for how we're going to keep ourselves motivated today. So I'm going to listen to an audiobook. I am listening to Let Them by Mel Robbins. Also in here, set a timer. See, I'm glad I wrote that down because I would have forgotten to do that. All right, I'm clearly just procrastinating at this stage by talking. I need to get on with it. Let's go.
Let's take a look at what we're dealing with, shall we? Not too bad. It could be a lot better. Let's face it, some of these coats I think are too small. Some of them need donating. Some of them have got rips in them. There are lots of hangers and yet lots of coats kind of hang on different pegs. And don't get me started on the stuff under the coats on the floor. That's a hoodie. I can't remember the last time I wore that. Why is that in here? That is a jacket I only wear to Disney. Why is that in our whole cupboard? That should be in a suitcase ready to go on Disney trips. It is the bleak midwinter, so I'm unlikely to wear a denim jacket anyway, and definitely not that one, which is for Disney. So it does not belong in this. Oh gosh, hang on. Oh no. Right, let's just get it all out and then we'll clean the area and we can see what actually needs to go back in here. If we look at those umbrellas at the back,
I can't remember the last time we used any of those umbrellas. I believe one of them to be a Minions one of them Spider-Man maybe. Oh well, at least now this is empty. I've got these trays at the bottom. They can come out. We can get cleaning. Let's vacuum the area. It's a very small little cupboard under the stairs here. It's very handy, very small. So at least this will be quite a quick win at the beginning of my decluttering day. Sometimes I empty out an entire room and I feel like I don't have any wins at all for absolutely ages through the day. And that can be quite disheartening sometimes. But equally, this making a mess kind of thing is helpful because it stops me from just going, oh, I'll just close the door and go back. Oh, yuck, by the way, let's just get rid of the dust around the skirting boards. That's quite disgusting, isn't it? A bit of spraying and wiping. But anyway, what I was saying was it sort of depends on the project. Sometimes it depends what mood I'm in, but sometimes it's quite nice to get that dopamine hit of getting an early win. And my hope is that by completing this little cupboard, which shouldn't take me too long to do, will spur me on and give me the energy to do the bit I'm really dreading, which is the kitchen. There's so much to do in there. And I know I said I'm not tackling the entire kitchen today. I've got set areas I want to tackle. But I'm going to be honest, it still feels super overwhelming. So now we're going to put a limited amount of umbrellas back in here and hang them on the pegs. Maybe I'll actually remember to use them then. But when they were just stuffed so far back down in the corner behind all the coats, they were never being used. These wellies are wellies that actually fit and they go in welly bags, so they can go at the back of the cupboard. Unfortunately, the wellies are out far more than I'd like them to be at the moment because it is winter. And now let's go through some of these coats. So the only coats I want in here are coats we're actually able to wear at the moment, in that they fit the person it belongs to. It's the right season for said coat. Like I said, denim jackets have no place in our front and centre hall coat cupboard during the winter. I'm never going to wear them during the winter. We wear them on Disney trips, if you take the example of that princessy jacket. But there's no point in things being in here if we don't need them. And that's the benefit of when I do my seasonal wardrobe switch over and declutter. It forces me to have a declutter, but also forces me to move stuff out of the way that's for the wrong season. And really, I should have done this for this coat cupboard. Those coats we'll deal with later. I think I need the children to try some of those on, see if they fit or not. And look at that. Oh, it looks so good. I'm feeling so happy already. Look at that. Like dopamine hit, tick. Feeling happy that that job is done and I can now move on to the next one with energy. Okay, just while I've got this cloth out though, let's just go around the skirting boards in the hall and find that they are disgusting. These shelf skirting boards look cute, but they're just like a shelf of dust collection, really, which is unfortunate. But oh, that's embarrassing, isn't it? I can't believe I'm showing that to you guys on the internet. You don't mind, do you? You won't judge me. You won't judge. We all have these dusty bits in our house. Our house is just incredibly dusty. It's like no matter how much I dust, then there always seems to be a lot of dust. Now let's get this microfiber cloth, of which I have a lot, by the way. Good investment. I used to use kitchen towel a lot before, and those microfiber cloths are such a good investment because you can use them for everything and then just wash them and use them again. I just wash mine on a hot wash with towels, and I make sure not to use fabric softener with them, and they stay nice and absorbent. And I've had them for years and years and years, and it's just less wasteful and less costly than using the amount of kitchen roll I used to use for cleaning up the place. So quick vacuum in here, just because I've been making a bit of a mess pulling things out before we move on to the kitchen. I am feeling an element of dread about doing the kitchen. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really want to do this. It's so tempting just to be like, oh, that's done now. I've got more important things to do. But let's tick that off and move on. Okay, shall we move on? We'll do it together. Under the stairs cupboard, done. I do have this pile of coats I need to go through when the children get home to see what they want. I got some umbrellas I need to donate. I mean, how many umbrellas do we need? There's certainly quite a lot of like very kid-like umbrellas that Will had. He's not going to want a Spider-Man or a Minions umbrella now, so they can be passed on, just stuff like that. But that job is done. Tempting as it is to stop now, because when I finish one little section job like that, and this is the danger, finishing that now, I kind of want to just go and do something else that isn't decluttering. But really what I need to do is tackle some stuff in the kitchen. Let's take a look. On the surface, it looks so clean and organised, but do not be deceived, because inside the cupboards, in some of them at least, there's a little bit of carnage. This cupboard's up here is not too bad. This cupboard's not too bad either. This one is really quite organised. So this drawer, not too bad. It's like not urgent, don't need to do today. This one, oh no. Okay, we're going to have to do that one. I think we're going to have to do that. This one, not great. Not awful, but not great. These aren't dreadful. They're a not today job. I think we probably need to do this one today. And then this cupboard could do with a sort out, but isn't dreadful. This will be reasonably easy to do as well because everything's in baskets. So maybe if we can get to it later, we'll do that. But for now, we need to tackle this. Now, I will not be tackling this cupboard. This is my husband's cupboard of doom. I can't touch that. He's going to have to deal with that himself. But I can do the rest. And then at least it's just one cupboard of doom, not loads. Okay, let's start here and then maybe do that. And it's just, it's so easy, isn't it, to just leave things hidden. But it is going to feel good when I've pulled it out and done it. Let's start by emptying out this calyx. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 calyx boxes, that door, and then this just little shelf thing. There's a light on it. I don't dust this as much as I should. I'm going to be honest with you. If I should dust it more, but there's no point in saying that. And I should do this, should do that. I'm doing it now. Let's stop beating myself up. In here, we've got a diffuser thing that we almost never use, but sometimes my husband puts it on with Albus oil when someone's got a cold. And then the other one is a wax melt burner, which I do like those because they are electric, they're flame free, try saying that fast, and nice and safe to use with the children around. Okay, so we've got this drawer we do need to tackle. Should we just do that in a minute? Should we do the other stuff first? Let's do the other stuff first, okay? Let's build up to it, like stretching in the gym before you do the really heavy lifting. And I feel like these 4 boxes are a nice little step up. So we've got too many lunch boxes. There are 3 children currently at home. And how many lunch boxes do I find? A lot more than 3. No need for that. And I've also got lots of random things in here like paper plates. Those bottle things are the ones that we had in Walt Disney World, the plastic ones, and I only really take them with us on trips to fill up with water to put in the fridge in a room. That is a Halloween thing, so that needs to go up the attic. I'm gathering things in baskets. You know I love my baskets. You do know I love those, don't you? I'm using the baskets to sort things. So I've got a basket of stuff that needs to go back up the attic, a basket of stuff that needs to be donated, various baskets of various things going to various places. So this is stuff that was all in those calyx boxes. And do you know what I am going to do? I'm going to replace the calyx boxes because I think they're called Drona. I don't know if that's how you say it though. Drona. Drone. I'm not sure. I'm very bad at pronouncing IKEA stuff. I should learn how to do it considering the amount of IKEA stuff I have in our home. But those boxes that slot into the calyx, you know the ones I mean. I don't think they've been replaced, maybe not since we moved here. And like I said, we're coming up to 5 years in this house, which is insanity. So every now and again, those boxes, they're about £3. They get absolutely battered. They're made of fabric and cardboard, and replacing them just makes it all look a bit fresher. So there's such random stuff I'm finding in these calyx boxes, and each box doesn't seem to have one set purpose. They all seem to have been mishmash boxes. I did have these half baskets inside, and sometimes I put things in the bottom in a half basket and then another one on top. Those were all full of glitter. Do not ask me why they were full of glitter, but they needed washing and wiping out for that reason. And we're going to get nice fresh boxes to go back in. And hopefully if these boxes aren't overstuffed, they won't be all burnt out of shape, and they'll be organised and tidy and square and like the sort of circles they've morphed themselves onto because they've been so bent out of shape by having stuff overstuffed into them. And we're going to have one, I think, for sort of baking supplies, and I'll put that way up the top because it's not something we need to use every day. Cake tins, that kind of thing, can just be sort of out of the way, up high, and then we'll have different boxes with different categories of things, not just random stuff that happens to be shoved in there. So one thing you may or may not notice, not sure if you can see, but if you look under my hair very carefully, I have one AirPod in my ear. And if you look on the breakfast bar, just in the corner on the right, I've got my iPad propped up. And there's no one else in the house, so I could just listen to whatever I'm listening to and watching out loud. But I like to have an AirPod in for a few reasons. One of them is that sometimes I walk away from whatever I'm watching or listening to, running around different rooms, and I do find it helpful to be able to keep listening. Look how neat those boxes are, by the way. They make me so happy. That makes me happy. Those are the wipes that we use for dinner. They can go away in there. Anyway, back to what I'm listening to as I clean these boxes, why are they full of glitter? Please someone tell me. Anyway, I like to have these AirPods in. It also, with the actual Apple AirPods, if someone phones me, I can pick up the call without having to stop what I'm doing. But the non-Apple versions are literally a tenth of the price and almost as good other than that call switching thing. I will link the ones that I had recently in the accompanying blog post because I do think they're quite good and really good value. Okay, we're going to have to empty this drawer now, aren't we? Ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. Anyway, what are you watching / listening to at the moment, Ree? I know you're desperate to find out. Desperate. The Traitors. I've got to say, The Traitors has been out for, 3 years. Never once have I fancied watching it. But this last season, which finished a little while ago now, everyone was going on about it so much. And I was like, really? Is this good? But is it good? And everyone's like, seriously, it's so good. And I watched the first episode or the first half of the first episode, I wasn't fussed at all. And then people are like, no, stick with it. And it is quite addictive. I'm going to admit you guys were right. Okay, so this drawer is empty. We're going to vacuum it out with this little handheld Dyson, which is probably as old as Bella is, but still going. So, we've reached that point of overwhelm where I've pulled everything out and I'm like, I've had enough. I just want to sit down and watch The Traitors, but I've got to keep going. But at least I'm like, well, actually, I wouldn't be sitting down watching The Traitors in the middle of the day. I'd be doing work. So I have to switch it round in my head as, oh, well, this is nice. I get to watch some rubbish I want to watch that no one else in my house is interested in watching while I do this, and reframe it in my mind as a fun thing to do. And I keep clinging to that feeling that I get when the jobs are finished. So as overwhelmed as I'm feeling right now, I will be honest with you, I do enjoy that feeling of, oh, it's done. And I did have that little dopamine hit earlier from finishing that coat cupboard, and it did feel so good. And now I'm sort of chasing that again. And as much as right now I'm like, oh, why did I do this? Could someone just come save me and finish it for me? Because I don't want to do any more at all. Also, what's that gross stain in the bottom of the drawer? Yuck. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you a secret now. I don't think I've pulled out these drawers since we moved here, okay? The coat cupboard, I do semi-frequently. Certain things in my house, I do semi-frequently. These two drawers, I've not seen the bottom of these two drawers in probably over 5 years because I probably put stuff in them before we moved in. Okay, back to the story. Okay, overwhelmed, yes. Is it a bit of a, excitement, pull everything out and then feel overwhelmed? Yes, but if I hadn't pulled everything out at this stage, I might just get bored and kid myself I've got more important things to do, really important things, like really important work, really, really important stuff. But I cannot physically leave my house like this. I can't, because I would not be able to think or function with all of this stuff dumped everywhere. And if I just threw it back in the drawers, it would be less organised than when I started this morning. So I just think we're nearly there. We're almost there. We're like Tiana in her song, Almost There. Keep singing that. We're Dory, we just keep swimming. We're climbing every mountain. We're all the things. And sometimes music playlists do actually keep me going and happy, by the way. As it's not always watching The Traitors. Sometimes I like watching something, a show, a guilty pleasure show. Sometimes I love a guilty pleasure show to watch while I'm doing these things. Sometimes it's YouTube videos, and maybe you are watching this here YouTube video with me decluttering, and we're decluttering together. I do enjoy that idea that we're doing this together and we're not alone. So if you're feeling overwhelmed right now, I'm going to be your cheerleader. If I can do this, so can you. If I can do this, so can you. Come on, keep going. Woo! Think how good it's going to feel when it's done. Come on, we can do this together. Sometimes I listen to podcasts. I have a podcast. If you want to listen to a podcast, you could listen to my podcast. I don't listen to my own podcast while I'm doing this because that would be weird. But you could listen to mine because I know what I've said in mine and you probably don't. So check that out if you want to listen to that. That is on YouTube. So you could just plonk on the YouTube video and listen, or you could listen to it wherever podcasts are available by searching Real Talk with Ree podcast on your podcast providers. And whatever your kind of incentive or something to keep you company is, whatever works for you, this is why I put that in the decluttering workbook, because it gives you something to sort of almost look forward to. Yes, we can look forward to the finished results, but if we know I've got a fun thing to keep me company and I'm looking forward to that while I'm decluttering, then that is going to help. Are we surprised I'm putting baskets inside the drawers? No. Are we surprised I didn't do this sooner? A little bit. We did have some baskets in here, but now we're having more. It's a little bit like a puzzle, trying to fit it all in, because I've not bought baskets specifically. These are baskets I already had. I'm trying to make work. But ultimately, the idea is, in theory, that if you've got baskets in there, it's easier to pull things out and have a bit of a clean, or pull things out and sort through things or look for things. And I do swear by my baskets as dividers inside drawers, especially for high up cupboards, for people that are vertically challenged like me. Look how nice that is. Look how happy that is making me. Okay, to now, I'm feeling motivated to do this drawer. I know I said we weren't going to, and this list is listed. This list is listed. This drawer is listed in my decluttering workbook, just not as a high priority. But I kind of feel like I'm in it at the moment, and I've done 2 out of the 3 drawers. And if I could do this one as well, which, when did I last pull this drawer out? Ooh, I have done it since we moved here, but not for a really flipping long time. And I don't know what gets in the bottom of cutlery drawers, because we don't put food in them, and yet there appear to be sort of crumbs in the bottom, which is disgusting, isn't it? Let's face it, it's quite gross. So if we just vacuum out this drawer now, although it wasn't on my urgent list, I've got this little window of time and what's left of my motivation. And to be honest, I'm being spurred on by what I've achieved already, and the more I achieve, the more I'm going to get done, and the more I want to get done. Let's not even look at the boxes I've got to deal with over there. We'll do those in a minute. Also, I am realising that the vacuum cleaner needs cleaning out, not just emptying, but a bit of a clean. And that's one of the jobs I delegate to my husband, so he can do that for me very soon, I hope. Let's wipe out these drawers and we'll get the cutlery back in. And it's just another thing to tick off, rather, from my decluttering workbook. Why can't I speak today? So, when did you last clean out your cutlery drawer? Are you feeling inspired to clean yours out now? This is a pretty quick fix job, really. And these little quick wins can sometimes really, really spur us on. So yeah, if you don't tip everything out, sometimes you're like, okay, I'm done, let's close the drawer and move on. But sometimes that's enough to be like, oh, I've done this and it feels so great, let's keep going. And it's about knowing yourself a little bit, and that's why there are questions inside of the decluttering workbook about how spaces are making you feel now, how you're going to feel when it's done, and then hopefully we can tap into that feeling of how we're going to feel when it's done, and it's going to keep us spurred on to keep going, because that's what I struggle with. I don't know if it's a mum thing, a busy life thing, an ADHD thing, but motivation and consistency is not something that comes naturally to me. It's something I've had to work really hard at over the years. And the reason I put together the decluttering workbook, yes, for you guys, yes, it's available for you, but for me, because I feel like I need a framework, I need something to follow, I need a deadline. That's the part of the reason I did this challenge I set to myself. It was very impulsive, I'm going to be honest. I thought, oh, here's an idea. Let's declare that I shall declutter my whole house by this date in April. And then I instantly put that on my stories or on a reel or something. I instantly did that before I lost the motivation. And then I knew, because I'd said that publicly, because I'd made that declaration, that I felt like I had to stick to it. I had that accountability. So if you need accountability, write down right now in the comments what you're going to do and by when. Let's have accountability for one another. Let's spur each other on. Let's congratulate each other on our wins, and let's keep going. So now look, the surfaces are nice and clear. I just give them a little wipe over. And don't forget to pick up your decluttering workbook, by the way. You can pick yours up and then you can pop it in your Organised life binder. All the details are below. And the Clutter-Free checklist, that one is free. All the details are in the description and in the blog post below. So I've got a number of things that need dealing with, things like the umbrellas, just jotting all those down now. And I have taken after photos. I'm just jotting down my wins. And this is just to tap into that feeling of how great it feels when things are done, to give me that motivation to keep going. And honestly, guys, it really, really works. This system works. If you need to declutter and you're struggling, give it a try. It is nearly time to go and get my children from school. So let's take a look at what I've managed to do so far today. So this cupboard, which was pretty horrific this morning, is now looking very much under control. Now, I'm aware these drawers are going to need doing at some point. I need to put those on my list, actually. I keep needing to add things to my list as I see them, but that's fine. That is the purpose of the workbook. We can add things as we go, tick them off. It's a whole process. So, this cupboard, done. When the children get home, I do need to go through these coats and see what fits, what doesn't, what's going to be recycled, what's going to be donated, all those things. And then these are super organised. We didn't touch the cupboard of doom, but, you know, I can't do that. That's my husband's stuff, and he won't be able to find anything, and that would probably take me as much time as all of this has taken me. So in here in the top box, we've got kind of cake making, baking stuff. So we've got cake tins, cookie cutters, molds, mostly Disney shaped ones, Disney shaped tins, more cake tins, and that is going up here. Next, in this hole, we have a grey box. So this, we've got the wipes, which we use each day for meals. We still use these with the children. Hands and faces, they're really handy. In here, I have also got the, I mean, we don't use these much, but the children do like putting them out for special occasions, so I don't know. In here, I've got paper plates for parties, and in here, I've got napkins for parties, and there's a few paper cups in there. They were from a coronation or whatever, but I just thought this is kind of an eating-ish box. I have got aprons that are currently in the washing machine that I'll put back in here too. So that one goes there. Next, we have got stuff for packed lunches. So a whole load of this Systema plasticky stuff and lunch boxes. And then this bottom one is kind of Disney-esque treat stuff. So it's popcorn buckets, it's resort mugs, it's stuff for when the children want a bit of Disney at home, bit of candy popcorn, bit of Dunkirk resort mug. They can come here and grab the things. So that unit is sorted. Now these two bottom drawers were on my list, but I ended up doing all three. The cutlery drawer wasn't awful, but it's so much better now. Actually quite glad I did that. And then in here, this is so much calmer. I've got a whole basket for like food wrapping-ish type stuff. In here, it's like baking things. So that's the scales, whisks, electric whisk, that kind of thing. And then some utensils, cheese grater pots, rolling pin. And then down the bottom, we've got the Pyrex jugs, mixing bowls. That's a wine bottle cooler thing. These are plastic tub things that get saved and reused for other things. This is a salad bowl, little Pyrex dish thing. The saucepan lids. The actual saucepans live in there. That cupboard is not dreadful because, well, it's just, I mean, it probably needs to go clean, but it's not dreadful. So we can do that another day. That was not urgent. This drawer and this drawer, we're starting to get to the stage where things are falling out the side. And now they're so much better. Look how much better it is. So even though I wasn't planning on doing the top drawer, and I've managed to do all three, I'm really, really pleased. Next things we're decluttering, we're choosing between the Playroom Calyx, the Will's Calyx boxes in his room, Bella's in her room, Zara's in her room, or we've got some inside our wardrobe. All of that is reasonably urgent in that it's all really sort of in need of attention. And the girls' desks are worse than Will's. I think I did Will's reasonably recently. So both of the girls' desks need a bit of a sort and a declutter. I actually need to add the playroom desk. Did I add that on? The playroom desk has gone pretty dire. But that is sometimes something that the girls will just take upon themselves to do. So those at Playroom desk, Bella's desk, Zara's desk are probably the kind of things that I'm going to do with them. However, their rooms as a whole, sometimes it's easier to do when they're in school because otherwise they're like, what do you mean? This scrappy piece of paper, it means so much to me, I could never throw it out. And it becomes a bit challenging to get rid of anything at all. Let me know in the comments, what is the most pressing thing that needs decluttering in your house? And when you're going to do it, commit to it now. Let's do this together. Don't forget to grab my decluttering checklist. Grab the decluttering work. It is another decluttering day. It is day 3 of attempting to declutter my entire house in under 100 days. And yes, I'm only on the 3rd day of this. I haven't got as many days left as I would have hoped, but never mind. Do I want to do this? No, I don't. Do I want it done? Absolutely. So let's just focus on that. Let's focus on the end goal. I know I felt so good after the last 2 days of decluttering. The process may not have been the most fun, but the results have been amazing. So come on, we can do this together. If you've not yet grabbed my Clutter-Free checklist, head to mummy4.com/declutter and I will send that to your email. And if you want to go a bit deeper and you are serious about decluttering your house, check out my decluttering workbook, which is what I'm using for this entire project and I'll be using today to help me declutter. If you're inside of my Patreon community in the part of the family day-to-day tiers or above and you're watching in March of 2025, my decluttering workbook is my bonus for you for this month. And if you're in VIP, it is in there every month, regardless of when you are watching. Okay, enough procrastinating. Let's go see what we're dealing with, shall we?
And from the looks of it, what we have to deal with is quite a lot. Oh dear. Hands up who's overwhelmed already. My hand is up. Is your hand up too? No, come on. We can do this together. We can do this. We can do it together. So this drawer and the drawer below it, which is exactly the same, is totally overflowing. Zara always says overblowing, which makes me laugh. So it's just the word that springs to mind. Her wardrobe is kind of stuffed, but also messy and also spilling out of dressing up things. All these boxes are overblowing. That's the word we're going to be using. Her desk drawers, I want to tackle all of these if I can today. Now I know technically these are different kind of sections. So I could tackle just the Calyx unit there on the right. I could tackle just the drawers. I am going to use my baskets to section things up. We like our baskets. So I could tackle just the big drawers, the pink drawers. I could tackle just her desk. I could tackle just her bedside drawers, or I could tackle just her wardrobe. But I'm going to try and do as many of these as possible. I'm going to stick my earbuds in and listen to something to keep me company because I do not want to do this. I want to do pretty much anything other than this. I do want it done, but I'm going to listen to an audiobook and then it won't feel so daunting. It won't feel so overwhelming. And I'm kind of listening to something to keep me company while I'm doing it. And that's the answer. So Maybe I am keeping you company while you are decluttering. If that's the case, hello, that's fantastic. And we can do this together. Inside of my Organised Life binder, and I've put the details on screen for the video to watch to show you how to build that. Whoops, something fell out. I have got my decluttering workbook, and this is just one of the pages from the decluttering workbook that I want to look at to show you, where I prioritize things inside of the house and chunk them down into tasks. Having reassessed some of these things, I've moved Zara's room up to the highest of priorities because honestly, it's a lot worse than I realised. Now, these are my indoor trainers I use on my walking pad, so they're not messy and moving mess around the house, and they don't go outside after they've been in the washing machine. And I'm putting them on because I feel like when I declutter with shoes on, it's like they're my go shoes, and it makes me feel like, come on, I can do this, like running shoes. I don't go running, by the way, I just walk on my walking pad, but I feel like having the shoes on, I don't know if I just pretend in my head they're giving me like extra speed or energy or something, but it helps. I'm emptying Zara's room totally. This is the first step. And the reason being is there's so much junk just stuffed everywhere. Like, for example, under the bed. We saw what was under the bed, didn't we? The best way to tackle all this is to empty the room totally. Now, there are less destructive ways to declutter. For example, you could just do one little section at a time. I could just tackle those 2 drawers, for example, that you see behind you. I could just do that. And if I only had a short period of time, that would be a solution, and you just do one little thing at a time. But I've got more time today, and the time is a ticking to my deadline, isn't it? The time is definitely ticking down. So I need to really spend as much of today as possible getting through as much organising and decluttering as possible. And my fear is if I was to just do those drawers and not empty loads of stuff out like I've done, I would do those 2 drawers, feel totally overwhelmed and be like, oh, okay, let's just close these drawers now. And I've got lots of other very important things I need to be doing, very, very important things. And I would just go and do those things. So what I'm doing here is backing myself into a corner. I am creating a situation a bit like the book I'm Going on a Bear Hunt. You know the one? When you can't go over it, you can't go under it. Oh no, you've got to go through it. And if I don't just empty all of this stuff out, I'll just think, oh, do you know what? I'll get to that another day. And I will make excuses to myself. I know my own ADHD brain well enough to know that I have to do this destructive method. Now, there are always times and places for, like quick tidies and doing something while you feel inspired and while you're on the phone. And if you've got one drawer and only enough time to do one drawer, it is better you do that one drawer than not do anything. However, if you know you've allocated a bit more time and you know yourself, as I know myself, and you know that you will find excuses to stop and do something else and get distracted, if you have not created this mess and this very destructive method, then, you just know yourself and know what you need to be doing. So I'm emptying Zara's room, and the reason for this, look, first of all, it's quite satisfying to see it largely empty. Okay, not so much in my bedroom. But by emptying it properly, number one, you feel like, oh, what have I done? But I can't go back now. Come on, let's go ahead. Let's keep going. But by emptying it properly, I know that everything going back in is going into a place where it actually lives. It's not going to be sort of one nicely organised drawer and then a big old mess. And the downside of doing the one drawer at a time method is that if you don't pull it all out or large amounts of it out, you're going to, I'm absolutely boiling. It's the first warm day in ages, by the way. That's why I'm taking off that top. If you don't pull it all out, then often you find things that are like part of a set, but not the rest of them. And then you sort of file some of those things away, but not everything. And you ultimately, in the long run, end up having to do things a few times over, in my experience, when you are tackling rooms like this that really are in pretty dire straits when it comes to need for decluttering. So I've moved the bed. Job number one is to just vacuum
where the bed needs to go back to. I have not done this in some time. It is very dusty, dirty behind Zara's bed and under Zara's bed. We do need to organise a new bed for her at some point. If you followed along our room makeovers on the channel, Bella had a new bed, an ottoman bed, back in December 2023, and it's fantastic. So great for extra storage and things. Just cleaning the top of this bedside unit, by the way. So if I'm sort of bringing back to what we're doing now, as well as talking about the rest of the house. So Bella had a new ottoman bed in December 2023, amazing for storage. And then we got the same bed in a slightly different headboard style and a different colour for Will back in summer of 2024. And Zara was umming and ahhing at the time whether she wanted a new bed, but those beds, they're not super high. They are just a normal single bed height, but she's still a little bit worried about rolling out of bed at the time. So we said, right, we'll leave it for now, but maybe now, I mean, she is 8. She's just quite a wriggly sleeper. Then maybe now it is something we need to look at doing, because honestly, having adequate storage is it just makes life so much easier, especially if you live here in the UK. If you're watching from America, chances are you have much bigger rooms than we do in our UK houses. You probably don't need as much vertical storage or to worry about underbed storage and things as much, because you've just generally got more space. Maybe you've got walk-in wardrobes. How amazing would that be? But we generally don't have that in most of our homes, so we have to maximise space, and ottoman bed storage is amazing, because ultimately, as you can see from this very video, if you do not have bed storage under the bed, children will just shove things under the bed. The storage will just be a place for shoving junk, and personally I'd rather have organised storage under the bed than just a load of junk under there. That might be just me, I don't know. So this chest of drawers, or my little sister used to call them a chestnut drawers when we were little, so again, whenever I say that word I always think of that. So the chest of drawers, or the chestnut drawers, whichever is your preference to call them, they're back. I need to move the bed back. Once we've done all this, I am going to need to pull out all those boxes in the calyx. Do we tackle that today or not? That is the question. We've already pulled out all of the stuff in the bedside drawers, the little white drawers you can see, and the big pink drawers. Let's vacuum the floor so at least the bed can be put back. I can get rid of the mattress back onto the bed. I only moved the mattress because I wanted to be able to see underneath and things, and they're quite light mattresses anyway. She actually sleeps on 2 mattresses at the moment, because we used to have one of these beds for Bella, and I thought, hey, I'll just put the old mattress on top of the other mattress, twice the thickness, extra comfy. I mean, she's only little, it probably doesn't make much difference, she's quite petite, but why not have twice the thickness of mattress? Oh, look at all these things on the floor. Hair clips, picking them up so they don't get sucked up by the vacuum cleaner. Now, I know technically vacuuming isn't decluttering, it's cleaning. If we're going to be pedantic, I know I've said in this video we are decluttering, but I think part of decluttering is not just getting rid of stuff, but actually resetting the space so that it is nice to be in, and so it is clean and tidy and organised. And I feel like when I'm doing this super destructive method of pulling everything out, then the more I can kind of reset the space to be just genuinely lovely and clean and tidy and organised, the longer it'll stay that way. Now, talking about the decluttering series in general, well, this comes to mind. Thanks so much for all of the love on the decluttering videos in this series so far. I believe this is the 3rd one. Now, those 2 videos that you've seen already before this one, I filmed and edited before they went out, and they were filmed and edited, and I'd filmed and edited both of them by the time the first one went out, if that makes sense. And the comments generally were, love the decluttering, love the inspiration, loving the clutter-free checklist, loving the workbook, but can we please see what you decluttered at the end? Because 1 or 2 people said, hey, it doesn't seem like you've decluttered much. Okay, these are the mattresses. They're the IKEA ones. They need to go back in. One of them's in pieces, by the way, because it's an extendable bed and you can make it taller or shorter. So one of the mattresses is extendable. The other one, we just bought a long one because we didn't need that particular bed to go shorter or longer. Anyway, some of you said it didn't seem like I decluttered much. And this is totally my bad in that I decluttered loads, but I hadn't shown you guys at the end of those videos the things that I was decluttering to leave the house. So whenever I'm decluttering, that's what I use my baskets for. I have baskets of things that need to go to different places in the house, so I'd sort things to go back into drawers or different rooms, whatever. I have baskets of things to take to recycling that physically have to be, recycled things. And that might be clothing that, I don't know, like clothing with holes in it or something. That would go to clothes recycling as opposed to being donated. Clothes that are still nice enough to wear, they are generally passed on. I know a bunch of you said, why don't I use vintage, all that kind of stuff. Honestly, by the time I finished filming, editing, doing my podcast, writing my blog, just all my like worky stuff, and then like looking after my family and fitting in some sleep in between all that sometimes, I don't think I got the bandwidth to do vintage on top of it. So I think someone said it'd be better to sell things on Vinted than for things to end up in landfill. But I just kind of wanted to say right now, that my children's clothes don't end up in landfill. Luckily, they either get recycled, but most of them get donated. There we go. That's Zara's bed made. Look how lovely the room looks now, with now almost nothing in it. Unlike my room. We got to deal with this now. Oh no, what have I done? But Zara's room's looking nice. It's giving me the motivation to want to keep going, and I don't want to put junk back in there now. I don't. Anyway, as overwhelmed as I feel. Are you overwhelmed yet? Are you overwhelmed? Just me? Come on, let's keep going. Come on, we can do it together. Keep going, Ree. Keep going. Come on, you can do it. Right, let's put her chair back in. Just move some things back into a room out of the way, and then we can start sorting and organising. Oh no, let's tip it all out, shall we? So, like I was saying, stuff doesn't go to landfill, might not go on Vinted, but a lot of it goes to be donated to people we know in our lives that have younger children, or girls younger than mine. And there we go. These are things sorted, ready to go back in, that actually fit her. And then quite a lot of the stuff, while the girls are small, I've been just donating to the school. So things like spare leggings and socks and things. Sometimes socks, not so much socks. Sometimes socks, they change them over. But leggings and pants, they use a lot in the infants in the school for if little children have had accidents or fallen in the mud or water tables gone all over them. Basically to send children home in spare clothes. So the things that have been sorted can go back in. But the problem is I also need to keep emptying things, because if I don't keep emptying things, I'm going to stop soon. I know this. I know myself well enough to know that if I want to do any more sorting than the stuff I've already tipped out, I need to tip more out again, because I'm already feeling overwhelmed enough to know that if I get to the bottom of that pile on my bed, the stuff that's there right now, I'm going to be like, oh, okay, I'm done. I'm stopping. So instead, we're going to tip out each of these boxes. Now, these two boxes, I think they were the ones in the corner I needed to be able to get to. Yeah, that's right. With the chest of drawers where it is, those two boxes in the corner don't come all the way out. They can come out far enough to use like a drawer, but they don't come all the way out. So I'm just going to put soft toys in those, because a soft toy box, she doesn't need to pull the box all the way out. She can just reach in and get them. Whereas something like Lego, she would generally want to pull the box all the way out in order to play with it. So let's get some of this stuff away. We've got socks, we've got pants. These divider boxes were from IKEA. ages ago. The kind of fabric zippy things. And when we're doing drawers and things, if you haven't purchased dividers that specifically fit in drawers, then sometimes it can just be a bit trial and error. So I've got those shallow baskets. Those might work. Other things that work really well as dividers for inside drawers might be things you've got around the house. For example, if you've ever bought an iPad and not thrown out the box, iPad boxes make good drawer dividers. iPhone boxes, things like that, make good drawer dividers for stationery, pants, leggings, that kind of thing. And when things are in drawer dividers, it does stop getting to the stage where we were at the beginning of the video, where everything was just spewing out. Now, like I said about drawer dividers, especially if you haven't bought specific ones, sometimes it can be a bit trial and error. Like that's a bit of a squash. Is that going to work? I don't know. She's got one of just pants. I can't tell you how many pants I found that don't actually fit her anymore. So many pairs. So some of those are just going to school to be donated as spares. Some of them clothes recycling, some of them passed on. Yeah, that's not going to work. Let's just rejig this a bit. And I'd rather try things, do trial and error. And not every single bit, by the way, has to be divided. You don't have to have a divider for every bit in that is. So sometimes if you have dividers in certain sections, the last section naturally becomes a divider. If that makes sense. And then the bottom, we've got plenty of space for leggings and flares and things she wears. That was just totally overflowing. And now we need to go back in and sort through some more stuff. Oh, let's just tip it out, shall we? Fun. Not fun at all. Not fun. Between you and me, this is not my idea of fun. But what is nice is when it's done. So I'm just sorting things into baskets of things that need to go away, things that need to be donated, things that need to be recycled. And I just sort of line them up in front of me. And then once the basket's full, then certain things can go and be put away. So for example, that basket on the left-hand side of the screen, or the one that's in my hand, those are bits that belong on her desk. So we haven't emptied the desk drawers yet, but we did empty the top of the desk. I feel like it's a good opportunity to give it a good clean. And as a rule, I like to keep surfaces as clear as possible. That was a kite she had from a dancing show. She loves it. So that could do with being kind of on a hook or something, but she really likes it. She wants it on her desk for now until there's a hook. Those are makeup brushes. She doesn't wear makeup. She just likes smoothing makeup brushes on her face, like a sensory thing or a playing thing. That is some body spray she bought. She's so funny. She's 8 and yes, she loves body spray. This is a Glinda doll. Apparently Glinda also for now wanted to stay on her dressing table. But generally, if the table can have just one or two curated bits but be mostly clear, it's easier to keep clean and clear and tidy. And as a rule, I tend to find clutter attracts clutter, and the more space, the more like clear worktop surface space you have, the easier it's going to be to keep clean and tidy. So these drawers were once organised because I had these organisers. Those are all lip balms and things. Those are her teeny tiny ballet shoes. Look how small they are. She wants to keep those in a memory box. We've got sleepy masks. They belong outside, like bedside drawer thing. What else is this? More lip balms. The girls do collect lip balms, novelty lip balms. Oh, do you know what? Zara was looking for those sunglasses and she didn't know where they were. They're in her bedside drawer, apparently. I shall go and find them in a moment. Okay, another basket of stuff that just got emptied out, and we'll just filter in what goes back into her bedside drawers and what needs to go and be sorted. For example, there's a screwed up tissue in that box, that basket thing that came out of a drawer. She'd managed to screw up a tissue and put it back into a drawer, not the bin or down the toilet. That would have done. But no, it was in her drawer. So now this is why emptying everything out had become quite necessary. Now, in my experience, the older the children get, the easier they are find it to keep their rooms tidy, with a caveat in that if their rooms are reasonably clutter-free, I find that the older they get, the easier they find it to keep their rooms tidy. However, as soon as clutter accumulates, say that fast, clutter accumulates, clutter accumulates, got there in the end. As soon as clutter accumulates, they all find it way more challenging to keep their rooms tidy. And the cleaner and the clearer and the more clutter-free I can leave their rooms, then the easier they are to, the easier they find to keep their rooms tidy. So this is a cardboard box she put together of fidget toys. They can go in this little purple safe thing rather than that cardboard box. The cardboard box can go to recycling. At least, I think the safe thing she had for her birthday or Christmas or something. And now that's where her fidget toys can live. So that can probably go in her bedside drawers as well. And I just like having a little bit of space. Ideally, this is the ideal situation. We rejig things like, is that going to go there? Will it fit at the back? Will it go in the top? But I'd rather have a little bit of space around the place for the children to, well, not just the children, but anyone in the house to have space to put extra things as they come into the place. So if every single area, every single nook and cranny is wedged full, there's no space to add things in. That's when things overflow and overspill really, really fast, because even if we don't have anything new, if all the drawers and all the cupboards are really full, and then Christmas is coming and I get the Christmas decorations and jumpers and things down from the loft, suddenly there's no space to put any of that stuff. And even though we haven't even got to Christmas Day and new presents and things yet, then suddenly there's more stuff introduced into our living space. So in an ideal world, once I've done these decluttering projects, I like to have that little bit of space, a couple of empty boxes, a drawer with almost nothing in it, and that allows for stuff to come into the house. So they get stuff sent home from school, we bring seasonal stuff down from the loft, whatever it might be. It's just nice to have that little bit of space. So the aim is to have nicely decluttered drawers. The aim is to have spacious, clear surfaces, but also in an ideal world, that additional space. So if you think back to when I was also super overwhelmed and I did the playroom cupboard, well, I ended up in there with 8 boxes just marked seasonal, and largely the stuff that belongs in them full time is nothing. And what I use those boxes for is when I bring the Christmas stuff down from the attic and I've got somewhere to stash things. Or, for example, now we're coming up to Easter, so I've already brought the Easter decorations down from the attic and I've put them into the seasonal boxes. So say I am going to do a trip to B&M or something, I can actually look in the box and see what I already have before I go, to avoid doubling up. Before we go on a trip, I've got some space now to put stuff I want to pack, stuff that used to have to be stacked in my bedroom for me to trip over before I was packing. And now I've got that space, that seasonal allocated space. And that space has nothing that lives in it full time. And that's going to be a little bit of the goal in Zara's room, not to necessarily have the seasonal space, but hopefully to slim down so it's not every single box full, every single drawer full. Now let's start moving some more of the stuff back into Zara's room. The room itself is looking cleaner and tidier than I've seen it in a long time. And what we're going to do, should we just make a bigger mess? Shall we? Oh gosh, look how dusty it is up there. That's embarrassing. That's really embarrassing. It's so dusty up there. So that top shelf has always been for kind of decorative bits, like those cute little suitcases. But I've realised she probably is an age now where she might want to use some of the things in the suitcases without me having to pass them down. So what I'm thinking is if we clean those top shelves because they are filthy, then we'll put some boxes up the top. She can't reach any of the top, probably 3 layers of boxes anyway, to pull stuff down. So I may as well put them all the way up the top. If someone else has got to get stuff down for her anyway, she can probably reach one of those little suitcases on that 3rd shelf down, but I wouldn't want her pulling a whole box down. It would be too heavy. Oh gosh, there's still so much to do. I'm definitely regretting my life choices at this stage to pull everything out, even though I'm fully aware it was the right thing to do. Fully aware of that. But it still doesn't make it fun or any less overwhelming, does it? Okay, so we've got our things in sections. I know. Let's pull some more out, shall we? In for a penny, in for a pound. This is a box of, it's supposed to be like a go box of the stuff she might need as she's about to leave the house, bags and things she takes out and about. This one, I can't even remember what that bag was supposed to be. It's now just a random, what Zara would call a junk box. We're just going to have to tip it out and see what's in there, aren't we? Okay. I know at this stage, my whole body is screaming, just do what you can and stop and don't do any more. I've had enough. It's the first nice sunny day in ages. I don't want to be doing this. However, future me will be so glad I did. So we're not going to touch this bookshelf today because that would be overkill. I think we're going to have to do that again. For now, if I can sort through these boxes and only put back in Zara's room boxes that are sorted. So we've got a box of sort of dolls accessories, that kind of thing. I've got another box that is kind of LOL dolls, which are much smaller, more like dolls and figures and Nuimos, that kind of thing, small toys. I've got a box that is just bags and things. I wanted to have like an arts and craft box, but oh gosh, look at all this. Oh, so overwhelming. Equally, as much as I just want someone to come and rescue me from this, I know this is the right thing to do because I 100,000,000% would have given up by now if I had not tipped all this stuff out, because I do not want to be doing this. I am enjoying my audiobook, yes, but right now I'm just like, I just want it to be done. I've had enough. I don't want to. But the fact there's so much to do, the fact that that deadline is coming closer and closer, and I said I was going to get the whole house done, and when I say I'm going to do something, I really want to stick to it. Oh, I am making progress. I think this is what we've got to remember. Sometimes it's hard to see the progress, and sometimes you can just feel like, okay, I'm overwhelmed. I've had enough now. Send help, send help, send help. That's all I want to scream right now. However, if we just, like Dory in Nemo, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, and repeat, then eventually it will be done and it will feel so good when it's done. Now, I think another decluttering mistake I often make is thinking I've got to wait for big days like this. And I don't. We can just do a drawer. We could just have half an hour and do one thing. And that definitely has its place. However, when I've got the time and I've allocated the time, knowing myself as I do, this is the way. Now, sometimes with decluttering, you can find it goes from, when will this ever end? Will I ever get through it? To, oh, it's all coming together. So if you look at the top 4 boxes, they're all sorted and organised. All these that I'm putting in down the bottom, sorted and organised. Those drawers, sorted and organised. Empty box, loving that for me. Okay, so a lot of this looks chaotic, but a lot of it is actually, believe it or not, sorted and organised, which it's coming together now. We're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully it's light, not an oncoming train, but I have hope. Look how nice Zara's room looks. Do you remember what it looked like this morning? Now, all of those boxes, other than those two, which need addressing at a later date, are looking pretty tidy and organised. I'm going to vacuum in my room just because I've been tipping stuff all over the floor, and there are probably all sorts of bits of sequin and not sure what else that's been tipped out. So we're going to vacuum all of that. But I'm feeling suddenly hopeful that maybe I'll be able to get into bed tonight and not be surrounded by boxes of junk and junk and junk and junk, because it was starting to feel like that may have been the case. Something I was getting to the stage where I thought I'd never get to say is, I think I'm done for the day. Is the whole house done? No. Have I even finished Zara's room? No. But as we discussed, when I went over my decluttering workbook in a previous video, Zara's room was not a room that was going to be done in one day, and I've chunked rooms down into various chunks that can be done on different days for smaller wins. And I'm going to be honest, I tackled a lot more today than I thought I would. So with all that being said, I think I'm at the stage where I'm nearly, not quite, but nearly able to get into my bed tonight. Again, couldn't actually step on the floor in here earlier. So winning at life. Let's flip the camera around and show you what I've done. So the floor is pretty much clear. Here I've got a basket of stuff I actually need Zara to go through and tell me what she wants to do with it. These are bits that will probably end up in her dressing table. Now, we did not get to her dressing table drawers today, which is why I've kind of kept those separate. These are Christmas bits for the attic. I mean, for goodness sake. Christmas bits, Christmas. I think they are too small for the kiddos. I mean, this was Dylan's, and then all the others wore it. So all four of them wore that. I think they dressed the big teddy in it, so I know they don't want to get rid of it, but it definitely needs to be with the Christmas stuff and not, down. And all of these are bags, so that's like a Disney cruise bag and princess bags and things, but they just need to be put somewhere probably that, I don't know, maybe that could go in Zara's room, but the rest of them don't need to go in Zara's room. They're more like shopping bags, most of them. Anyway, they close enough. Bean bag needs to go back in her bedroom. That probably will just go in front of her drawers. It's actually full of soft toys, not beans, which is a great way to store soft toys. But since Bella had an ottoman bed, she keeps her spare soft toys under there, and that might be an idea. But maybe we can slim this down a bit or get rid of it altogether if we get Zara an ottoman bed, or if we clear up some more Calyx boxes in the next session. Okay, they need to go back in. That's my chair. That just needs to go back over there. This is a basket of costume that the girls have put together because they want to do a Rise of Red show. They've made an Uma the Caterpillar costume, Tinkerbell shoes. Anyway, Zara's told me I'm not to move this stuff because it's all gathered for this show. So I'm going to have to find somewhere to put it, but she'll be very upset if I disrupt this basket of carefully curated costumes. Let's have a look in Zara's room, and then we'll go and show you the stuff I've decluttered, and it's so much. So this row of shelving used to be at the top. I've just flipped it around a little bit so that she can actually access these suitcases and things, or at very least she's just about reached this. She can get someone else to get it down for it quite easily. We've not touched the books yet, okay? We've not touched those. It's going to have to be another day because I'm broken. I've been at this for hours. In here, we've got much more organised boxes. This looks a bit random and junky, but is all hair and kind of beauty-ish bits. Now this is going to have a second sort when we go through this stuff, and a lot of this stuff will probably end up in here, but I don't have the energy to do that today because nope, don't have the time or the energy or the bandwidth. That's going to break me. That's a project for another day. And here, this is all, again, organised chaos, but dollies, babies, and doll accessories. And here we've got Polly Pockets, figures, ponies, things like that. Soft toys in that one and that one because this box can't come all the way out easily and she can just reach in and fetch those. And here, Noimo's illy dolls, bunny clothes, that kind of thing. This is a go box full of go bags, basically a bag that she can grab. Like that's got a water bottle, ear defenders, all that kind of thing in. So from like, come on then guys, we're going out, she can just grab a bag that's already packed. And in here she's got nicely organised supplies, stationery, colouring, that kind of thing, and storing her artwork. In here we've got a drawer that opens and does not explode. Pants, socks, vests, hooray! And then down here we've got leggings with space to spare for when clean ones come out of the wash. Hooray! This is what we like, a bit of space around us. That's what makes it easier to stay organised. By the way, can we just take a second for how clear it is under the bed? It's not been like that for quite some time. Not even think about those because I can't cope with those today. Her desk, she did want this Glinda dolly out. The kite from her dancing show, she wanted that out. I don't mind a couple of little bits out, you know, for her to personalise and whatever, her desk, but ultimately clutter attracts clutter, and I didn't want too much stuff here. I wanted mostly clear space so that she finds it easy to keep clean and tidy. This is clear. Got her iPad, headphones and headphone stand in there, fidgets in there, remote controls, and all manner of lip balms, which again might be moved to over there at some point, but for now, tissues, sleepy masks, all that kind of thing. So while we haven't done it all, I'm so pleased with what we have done. It's so satisfying to tick off in my decluttering workbook these really massive projects working towards the big goal. Now let's go and take a look at all the stuff I've decluttered. You wanted to see what I'm decluttering, and we've got 8 baskets of stuff to go. Some of it's for donation, some of it's for recycling, but before I bagged it all up, I wanted you to see. This is all the stuff I decluttered. Now should we go and show Zara her room?
It's so pretty. Wow, it's clean.
Yes, look in your drawers.
Ooh.
Do you like
How
it?
did you find that?
Well, it was actually up the top up there.
Was it?
Yep,
Wow.
I know. And the bottom one,
Ooh.
nice and organised.
Nice.
Does it make you happy? Look under the bed. Look under the bed. What can you see?
My slippers.
Other than your slippers?
Nothing.
Nothing!
Ooh.
Okay, I haven't done these drawers yet, so I'm tempted to sellotape them shut, to be honest, until and I haven't yet done this shelf, so we just have to pretend that's not there. But
Okay, that one is adorable.
adorable, is it? Adorable and organised.
Yeah.
Okay. Your go bags
Okay, cool.
that you can actually access.
And
Right,
then-
this one is kind of beauty, shall we call it, hair and stuff, which this is going to have a second organised when we do these drawers. Okay, but for now it's gathered together.
Okay, and then this.
Noemos, all that kind of stuff.
LOLs.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Baby dolls,
Baby dolls.
that kind of thing.
Clothes. This
Polly
one.
pockets, print ponies and figures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those 2 on the end are soft toys
Soft
because
toy.
it's hard to get them all the way
Another
out.
soft toy.
And then up here, look,
So
we've
what's
got.
in there?
I've put some bunny clothes and things in, but you can see your stuff a bit better.
Yeah.
First of all, what do you think?
Beautiful.
Oh, hang on.
Oh.
Turn round. The pink drawers. The pink drawers.
What? Oh, of course. Oh my gosh.
What were they like? What were they like earlier? Yep. And does this make you happy?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Bottom drawer.
Ooh. Wow.
You can actually
So
find
my
what you need to wear.
leggings are in here. Every legging.
Every legging.
And then this is that and pants.
Yeah.
Socks and pants.
So, do you like it?
Socks and pants. Yeah.
Are you going to keep it nice?
I'll try.
I'm going to need I'll try my best, Mummy.
I'll try my best.
Excellent. I have got a couple of baskets of stuff that I need you to cast your eye over just to see where they want to go, but they are sort of decluttered things that just I need you to tell me where they live. And then obviously there's all this to tackle and still all of this to tackle. All of this. Oh my gosh. And all of this. This is day 4 of my actual decluttering that I'm doing, and I've not got as many days left as I was hoping. I've not done as many days as I would have liked by this point, but you know what? I've done some, and I'm going to have to take that win. I am working through my decluttering workbook, and the tasks I have tasked myself with today are the rest of Zara's room. So we're doing Zara's room, the revenge, Zara's room, part 2, the return of Zara's room. Basically, the last video, if you saw the last decluttering video, I was so flipping overwhelmed, but yet so proud of myself at how much I actually got done. And that's the vibes we're going for this time. We're going for, it's going to feel overwhelming, but I'll be glad when it's done. And honestly, the more I'm doing this is day 4, the more satisfaction I'm getting for seeing these really amazing, clean and tidy and sorted spaces, and the more it is kind of spurring me on and making me want to do it. So it's kind of a case of gaining a bit of momentum, I suppose. If you want to get started with decluttering with me, make sure you grab my completely free clutter-free checklist as a really good springboard to get you started, to help kickstart your decluttering so we can declutter together. Let me know in the comments, actually, are you decluttering along with me as you watch? But one thing you can grab if you want to go next level with your decluttering is my decluttering workbook, available inside of my shop, and it will take you through all the decluttering that we need to do together. Anyway, let's have a look at what I've written in my workbook we're going to do today. This is just a general printed copy of the workbook, but these are a couple of pages I'm using today. So this is my decluttering assessment of everything that needs to be done in the house. I keep adding more and more things to this high priority bit. Now, we did Zara's calyx in the last video. That was such a huge job, and her bedside drawers. But we didn't tackle her wardrobe or her desk or her bookshelf, so I'm going to do those today. Not sure we'll get to Bella's wardrobe. If we can just do these today, I'll consider that a win. So, decluttering worksheet for today, the date, Zara's room part 2, the revenge of Zara's room. We're going to try and do her wardrobe rail, wardrobe boxes, the dressing up which is shoved at the bottom of her wardrobe, her desk drawers and her bookshelf. I think it's going to take most of the day, but we'll see. At the moment it's feeling chaotic, out of control, and everything's just bulging. It's not fun. Now, without further ado, let's get decluttering.
Zara's bedroom's not looking that bad at the moment, which makes me kind of not want to pull everything out. But we're going to do this because it's going to be good when it's done. All this has to come out. You can see how bulging it is. It's not cool, is it? Not cool at all. And her wardrobe is, let's just say, oh dear. Okay, it just needs doing. We're going to do it. We're going to do it together. I'm not going to panic. And all this is looking good until you get to a bookshelf. And then it's a bit like, ugh, oh dear. But all those boxes we did last time, the bookshelf, we ran out of time. Hopefully we'll get it done today. Hopefully. And also her desk. We didn't do that last time either. And it all kind of needs pulling out. This was done last year. I want to say like May time, because I had a new desk and this was my old desk. But yeah, it needs doing again. Now, we're going to start by putting some earbuds in so I can listen to something so I am not bored. Now, maybe you are listening to me talking right now and maybe you're decluttering with me. But if not, maybe you want to listen to an audiobook. I love Audible. I've got a code for a free audiobook and you can use the link on screen, mummyoffour.com/audible to claim your free audio book. Let me know if you want some audiobook recommendations. Maybe I could do a video here, or I could do it on the podcast, because that's something else you could listen to for free on the podcast. You could listen to it via your podcast providers, because I have a podcast. I could talk about the favourite books on the podcast, or you could just listen to the podcast. And there's also a podcast channel here on YouTube where I talk to the camera, so I am in it, but you don't really need to look at it because it's just the audio stuff. Now I'm putting on my indoor trainers so they don't bring any muck from outside into the house. That would be counterproductive when we're decluttering and cleaning, wouldn't it? But they make me go faster. At least in my head they do. Now it's time to get on with it. Which one are we going to start with? We've got a few priorities. Let's start with the wardrobe, shall we? And it's like, oh dear. Before you opened the doors, the room was looking quite good. Then you open the doors and it's like, oh no. Let's start by doing my classic pulling everything out. I'm going to move everything into my bedroom where there's a little bit more space, and then we can start putting things back and things can start to feel neat and tidy. Now that sorter thing is her uniform day by day sorter. And when this works, it works beautifully, but she's been putting some stuff in it herself and it's not being folded terribly well and put away. So I'm just going to do that for her. And this system is great. It's just a case of organising on the weekend everything they need for the week, and everything they need for each day gets folded into each slot, including pants, socks, everything. That's organised on the weekend, and then
There's no like, Mum, I haven't got my jumper, I haven't got my what, because it's all done. It's all done on the weekend, and then it is there ready to go. Honestly, this system has changed my life when it comes to morning routine stress and reducing it. So now we've pulled everything out. Let's do a little bit of cleaning while we can, wiping around the skirting boards. Ew, that's quite disgusting. And we'll do a little bit of vacuuming in the one little bit of carpet we can actually see now. We've not seen this bit of carpet in a long time, just inside the wardrobe. Don't look at the rest of the room. You can see a little glimpse of it in the mirror there because you can't see the floor. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we can't vacuum that yet. We need to sort it. We need to put it away. So the theory behind the dressing up when we moved here was I wanted them to be able to access their dressing up to showcase their creativity, and and honestly it's worked a treat. Zara, who was 3 when we moved here, has just really maximized the dressing up options. She frequently comes out of her room dressed in all sorts of things. It's very entertaining, and it's just a nice way for them to just be creative, play a lot, because I find if they don't have access to their dressing up clothes as much, they don't use them as much. That being said, she's a little bit older now, and while she can't reach the top rail, she has siblings who can, and she can just say, can you pass that down for me? She's now more likely to want to dress herself in her day-to-day clothes. So while previously I would have put her in, I would have just dressed her when she was 3 in what she was going to wear for the day. Now, on the weekends, especially, obviously it's different in the week, it's uniform, but on the weekends, she likes to choose her own clothes. So I'm going to move her clothes that she can choose down to the bottom rail, and then I'm going to put some of the dressing up at the top, and she's just going to have to ask someone to get it for her. She is told categorically she is not to climb and get it. She is one to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and she is creative when it comes to solutions. But I'm like, Zara, please, no, just ask someone. Do not climb, just ask someone. So we're going to pull everything out. Everything. Hair is all coming out in order to, oh my goodness, in order to make myself do it. This is known as the going on the bare hunt method. Have you read that book to your children? You make such a mess, and then it's like, oh no, we can't go under it, we can't go over it. Oh no, we've got to go through it. Let me know in the comments if you've read that book to your children. Anyway, that's the method, and it's the only way to make my ADHD brain do stuff. We're reaching for my classic baskets. These get used in so many things. If there is one other organisation tip I could give you, it is swap out all your baskets that you bought because this one was cute and that one was cute to baskets that stack together. I now only have one type of basket. Oh, look at the mess. I only have one type of basket in the house. Trying to push through the overwhelm. I only have one type of basket in the house anyway. Let's get back on track. Because that way they all stack. I'll tell a lie, I've got 2 types. I've got the large ones and those small ones, but just 2 types. But that's because I have them for 2 different purposes. But those small ones get used for everything. I use them for collecting dirty washing upstairs. We used to have a big laundry, like a hamper thing, but then I'd find I'd just have to empty the stuff from the laundry hamper into a basket. So I replaced it with the baskets are stacked in the airing cupboard in the hall. Dirty laundry just gets put straight in there. And whenever I pass the airing cupboard on the landing before I go downstairs, I check if there's any dirty laundry in it. And if there is, I carry it down with me. But these baskets also get used for sorting and decluttering like this. So in this method, in my head, I kind of label, I don't physically label them, I just in my head label, right, that one's for stuff to go back in a room, or that one's, in this case, stuff that needs washing. All of this I found in the baskets, not the baskets, the boxes in a room, and it all needs washing. It's like stuff she's worn once but not put in the laundry and just chucked back in the boxes. So yeah, all that's dirty laundry. Anyway, the baskets. I've got the bigger baskets. You can see on the bed, there's a white bigger basket, and the girls have one of those each in the bottom of their wardrobes for dressing up. So we're going to have some stuff hung up high for dressing up, and still there's going to be some stuff down the bottom. Now, some of this sorting, I'm sorting directly back into these boxes. They are from IKEA. They fit inside the Kallax. They're called, don't shout at me, but I think they're called Drona, D-R-O with 2 dots over it, N-A, but it's Swedish, so is that how you pronounce it? Not sure, but they're Drona boxes, and they don't always have all the colours. I'm not sure they've got these colours anymore, but years ago I bought loads of these colours, the pinks for the girls' bedrooms. So these things I've found, I've hung up, they need to go back in her wardrobe. Some of this stuff was on the hangers anyway, some of it I found in the boxes, but it was just all kind of jumbled. She had some stuff in boxes, but the boxes were just like random boxes of clothes. They weren't like a box of this type of clothes or a box of that type of clothes. They were just things she'd shoved in there. In all fairness, she's only just turned 8. So while her room seems the messiest most of the time, it's because she's the youngest. Oh, how nice does that look in rainbow, by the way? It makes me so happy. This mess in here I'm sitting in the middle of doesn't make me happy. But what will make me happy is when it's slimmed down, when the boxes are no longer bulging, when we've donated things that need donating, like all this, that's all going. All that doesn't actually fit. That's all for donations for various different places. That's why the baskets, there's 3 different baskets, because some of the stuff is being donated to a friend. Some of it's going to the school, and I find if you've got very little children, the school are often very grateful for spares of bottom halves. So spare pants, spare leggings, trousers, things like that. Because not only do little children sometimes have accidents, as in wet themselves, but certainly in the infants, they often sometimes fall in the mud or get soaked through on the water table or whatever. And when this happens, they need spare bottoms. And some parents send in spares in the children's bags, some do not. But just check if your child's school accepts secondhand, like bottoms and things for spares, because they might be grateful for those. Failing that, there's always someone you can think of to pass things on to. A few people have said to me, why don't I sell things on Vinted? Honestly, I haven't got the bandwidth for it by the time I finish doing everything else. So I'd rather things go to be donated to like a good home of someone we know, if it's just for spares and things, rather than like I would never want my children's clothes to go to landfill. That would make me really sad, because I've spent so much. I can remember buying each item for them and things they've worn, and their clothes do feel special to me. I still have a bag up the attic. Oh no, look at all this still to do. I've still got a bag up the attic of clothes that were the girls, not the tiniest clothes, because I'm keeping some of their tiny dresses, but they're kind of second stage baby dresses. Some dresses they both wore, and I want them made into blankets, baby blankets. I still haven't organised that. So the clothes are in like a vacuum bag in the attic, ready to go. But I've not yet done it because I've not found the right person to do it. If you can recommend anyone, because it kind of feels like a big thing to send your baby clothes away, and it's a bit nerve-wracking to be like, oh, where am I going to send these, and will they come back, and will they do a good job? Because obviously it's a one opportunity to do that kind of thing. But if anyone can recommend anyone, I'd be grateful. So we're continuing to sort, as you can see, into baskets of things that are too small, that need to go, that need to be donated, things that need to go into different places in the house, things that are of the wrong season. But look how nice it's looking now. We've got dressing up at the top, colour-coded rainbow hanging up. We've got neat uniform and a small amount of dressing up at the bottom. And all of this is going. It's all going. Look at all that. All of those dancing shoes, too small. All of them, too small. And all of this, too small. So it's all being donated to various places, but it's leaving the house. All donations. Almost no recycling, actually. Most of that is suitable for donating. Now we're filling in my decluttering worksheet of what's going where, and just... it's quite satisfying to see where things are going. We have got a bit of recycling, but not a lot. And I find filling this in is really keeping me accountable. It's helping me focus before I get started with what needs to be done. And then it slots into my Organised Life binder. If you want to make your own Organised Life binder, I'll put all the details below. If you want to pick up my decluttering workbook and help you declutter too, then follow the details on screen. So I think today I may have done the classic overestimating how much time and energy I had and underestimating just how long this task was going to take. But still, we're going to look at the positives, we're going to look at the wins. After we very briefly said, I did not get to the bookshelf, did not even get to start that. I did not get to the drawers in her desk, and I most certainly did not get to start Bella's room. What made me think I'd be able to do all of this, plus everything else I had to get done today and deal with the children and all the things. I was clearly delusional, but we are going to look at the positives and what I have managed to do. All of these boxes are now neatly organised. In here we've got blanket. She does love her blankets, playing with, snuggling, all those sorts of things. Soft toys in there. 2 boxes of tutus. We've actually slimmed down the amount of tutus. We had 2 bulging boxes. We now have very sensible sized boxes. This is the stuff that is for the girls' Rise of Red show that they're putting on. It was a basket of gathered stuff that's been sitting under there, and I've managed to empty out a box enough to stuff it all in here. When they finish doing this particular show, this particular game, all these things can go away, but for now they all have to stay together. But I emptied a box so we can put those things in. Another blanket and some dressing gowns, PJs, school specific spare uniform and stuff. This is dancing stuff, so she's got 1 bag for tap and modern, 1 for ballet, and karate kit in there. And then over here we've got all the dressing up stuff at the top. Now originally I did want dressing up stuff down the bottom so that they could play dressing up, which they still do. There is still some dressing up stuff, but you know what, she can just ask me, or even her brother now is tall enough to get some stuff down. That is so much neater. And look, all her clothes, she can actually reach this rail now to start making choices about what she wants to wear on non-school days. This is all so much neater, and this is not spilling out like mad. It's a small amount of dressing up stuff, so when she gets something down from up there, or someone else gets something down for her, then she can put it away in there and there is actual space. I'm not sure if we're going to keep the actual bag or not. I'm going to ask her if she wants it for when they go on mucky school trips and they get all muddy. But there's so many pairs of tap shoes she's grown out of, so that all those can go. We don't need any of these hangers, all those hangers, and all of this stuff is too small. One of these baskets is going just to recycling. One of them is for donation. I have also got that basket over there, which is not actually for donation or anything, but it's for storage because it's Halloween costumes, Christmas stuff. It's just stuff, seasonal stuff that lives in the attic that hasn't been put away. But all of this is going to be decluttered. All of it's leaving the house. There's so much stuff. Honestly, look how much stuff. It's so much stuff. So that makes me incredibly happy. Now I'm gonna have to be honest with you. Although it's probably not very long since you last saw a decluttering video from me, it has been, let me see, 4 weeks since I've last done any decluttering, which when I've put myself on a deadline is not ideal. But do you know what? Life has been busy and we've been away and there's just been a lot of stuff going on and I've beaten myself up a little bit for not doing it, but that's not helpful. Do you know what is helpful? Just flipping getting on with it, progress over perfection, and not waiting for an entire clear day, because I haven't had entire clear days and therefore I've procrastinated. So today I've got half a day-ish. I'm just going to get some stuff done. Will I get as much done as I'd love to? Maybe not. But like I said, progress over perfection. If you're on a decluttering journey, make sure you grab my Clutter-Free checklist by going to mummyoffour.com/declutter, scanning the QR code on screen or using the link down in the description. I will send that to your inbox to get you started. So I'm reaching for my Organised Life binder, which has got all of the things inside to keep my life organised, and I'm flipping to my decluttering workbook. This can be purchased inside of my store. Also, if you're in my Organised Life Club, the updated version of this is one of the bonuses that you get during the month of April. So I'll put all the details for that on screen. But basically, this is going to take you through step by step what you need to do. The caveat is that you actually have to open it up and do it, which is not what I've been doing. But anyway, let's move on from that. I've been looking at which areas to tackle today. If you saw my last decluttering video, we were doing Zara's bedroom. My gut tells me to finish up the bits in there, because if we go through Zara's bedroom that I put into like mini chunks, we did all of these down to here. We've just got her bookshelf and desk drawer left to do, so I think perhaps we'll do that. The other thing that's really been bugging me in here is my drawers in my office. They're really they're not super cluttered. They're in sort of organisers and things, but all my hard drives and wires and things are getting a bit mental and they need a bit of an organise. So maybe we'll just tackle Zara's desk and bookcase and that'll have to be enough for today, because I haven't got all day and hopefully I can get those things done in the time that we have. Okay, let's get on with it. Welcome back to another Declutter with me, where I attempt to declutter my entire house in under 100 days. Now, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. Although it's probably not very long since you last saw a decluttering video from me, it has been, let me see, 4 weeks since I've last done any decluttering, which when I've put myself on a deadline is not ideal. But do you know what? Life has been busy and we've been away and there's just been a lot of stuff going on and I've beaten myself up a little bit for not doing it, but that's not helpful. Do you know what is helpful? Just flipping getting on with it. Progress over perfection and not waiting for an entire clear day, because I haven't had entire clear days and therefore I procrastinated. So today I've got half a day-ish. I'm just going to get some stuff done. Will I get as much done as I'd love to? Maybe not. But like I said, progress over perfection. If you're on a decluttering journey, make sure you grab my Clutter-Free checklist by going to mummyoffour.com/declutter, scanning the QR code on screen or using the link down in the description. I will send that to your inbox to get you started. If you're new around here, by the way, hi, my name is Rhiannon Morgan. Everyone calls me Rhi. Loads of organisation, decluttering, especially in a Neuro-Spicy household. It's the kind of thing you'll find here on this channel. As I have 4 children with autism and myself, I have ADHD, which is why I need checklists and things to keep me in check. So I'm reaching for my Organised Life binder, which has got all of the things inside to keep my life organised. And I'm flipping to my decluttering workbook. This can be purchased inside of my store. Also, if you're in my Organised Life club, the updated version of this is one of the bonuses that you get during the month of April. So I'll put all the details for that on screen. But basically, this is going to take you through step by step what you need to do. The caveat is that you actually have to open it up and do it, which is not what I've been doing. But anyway, let's move on from that. I've been looking at which areas to tackle today. If you saw my last decluttering video, we were doing Zara's bedroom. My gut tells me to finish up the bits in there, because if we go through Zara's bedroom that I put into like mini chunks, we did all of these down to here. We've just got her bookshelf and desk drawer left to do. So I think perhaps we'll do that. The other thing that's really been bugging me in here is my drawers in my office. They're really they're not super cluttered. They're in sort of organisers and things, but all my hard drives and wires and things are getting a bit mental and they need a bit of an organise. So maybe we'll just tackle Zara's desk and bookcase and that'll have to be enough for today, because I haven't got all day and hopefully I can get those things done in the time that we have. Okay, let's get on with it. Welcome back to another Declutter with me, where I attempt to declutter my entire house in under 100 days. Now, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. Although it's probably not very long since you last saw a decluttering video from me, it has been, let me see, 4 weeks since I've last done any decluttering, which when I've put myself on a deadline is not ideal. But do you know what? Life has been busy and we've been away and there's just been a lot of stuff going on and I've beaten myself up a little bit for not doing it, but that's not helpful. Do you know what is helpful? Just flipping getting on with it. Progress over perfection and not waiting for an entire clear day, because I haven't had entire clear days and therefore I procrastinated. So today I've got half a day-ish. I'm just going to get some stuff done. Will I get as much done as I'd love to? Maybe not. But like I said, progress over perfection. If you're on a decluttering journey, make sure you grab my Clutter-Free checklist by going to mummyoffour.com/declutter, scanning the QR code on screen or using the link down in the description. I will send that to your inbox to get you started. If you're new around here, by the way, hi, my name is Rhiannon Morgan. Everyone calls me Rhi. Loads of organisation, decluttering, especially in a Neuro-Spicy household. It's the kind of thing you'll find here on this channel. As I have 4 children with autism and myself, I have ADHD, which is why I need checklists and things to keep me in check. So I'm reaching for my Organised Life binder, which has got all of the things inside to keep my life organised. And I'm flipping to my decluttering workbook. This can be purchased inside of my store. Also, if you're in my Organised Life club, the updated version of this is one of the bonuses that you get during the month of April. So I'll put all the details for that on screen. But basically, this is going to take you through step by step what you need to do. The caveat is that you actually have to open it up and do it, which is not what I've been doing. But anyway, let's move on from that. I've been looking at which areas to tackle today. If you saw my last decluttering video, we were doing Zara's bedroom. My gut tells me to finish up the bits in there, because if we go through Zara's bedroom that I put into like mini chunks, we did all of these down to here. We've just got her bookshelf and desk drawer left to do, so I think perhaps we'll do that. The other thing that's really been bugging me in here is my drawers in my office. They're really they're not super cluttered. They're in sort of organisers and things, but all my hard drives and wires and things are getting a bit mental and they need a bit of an organise. So maybe we'll just tackle Zara's desk and bookcase and that'll have to be enough for today, because I haven't got all day, and hopefully I can get those things done in the time that we have. Okay,
Let's start with a little trick I use to motivate myself, which is putting on Go shoes. These are trainers that do not go outside, or at least since they've last been in the washing machine, so they are clean. They're not going to spread dirt all over my house. And I convince myself that they make me go faster, like running shoes. Next trick, we're going to put in some earbuds. So I got something to listen to keep me occupied so I don't get bored and wander off and I stay on task. I previously had official Apple AirPods, but these are literally a tenth of the price. They're pink. They come in lots of cool colours. And they work just as well for what I use them for. I only put one in at a time, and then I have the other one charging at any one time. So I'm probably going to listen to an audiobook now, or potentially a podcast. If you would like to download an audiobook, then I have a link for Audible, or I have a podcast where you can hang out with me a bit more. So this is Zara's room. You'll be familiar if you have been here for previous decluttering videos. We need to tackle even that bookshelf and these drawers. Now, I was thinking this is maybe not that big a job, but actually all of this stuff has to come out entirely in order to sort it. And there's quite a lot. Oh gosh, that drawer you can't even open. Oh, this might be a bigger job than I initially anticipated, guys. Oh dear, come on. We can do it together though, can't we? We can do it together. Let's start where I often start, with baskets. I love my baskets for being able to sort things into kind of subcategories, so that in my messy brain, I can think, right, that is going there, that's going there, and I could sort a basket for things that are being donated, things that are being put in another room, things that are going back, whatever. But baskets help me organise my life and my brain. I use them for everything. I use them for packing, organising, all the things. So we are starting now by emptying the bookshelf, which is mostly books, but the books are at least 2 layers deep. So many of these books are actually far too young for any of my children. Zara, if you don't know, by the way, if you're not familiar, if you've not been here long, hello. I have 4 children. Zara is my youngest and she's 8. So when Zara grows out of things, those things are not things that need to get passed on within the home anymore. So books up until this point would have been passed from child to child down, to the next child. But now, if Zara's grown out of them, they need to be donated on to another family or onto the school, which is where a lot of the stuff goes. So that's the shelves emptied. Yay! And look at the floor. Oh, no. It was like, it looked great, didn't it? We turned around. It's like the Ace of Base song, don't turn around. If we didn't turn around, we would just look at these empty shelves. It looked great. Now I'm going to clean the shelves above, which I last did when we decluttered, but we have established that was over 4 weeks ago. So we're going to just dust these shelves while we're here. I've got the stuff in my hand, may as well do these shelves. It isn't perfect use of space to have these more decorative shelves with less on them, but it looks really nice. And actually those little suitcase things do have some stuff stored in them. Equally, the more shelf space you have, the more dusting you have to do, which isn't ideal. But like I said, I've got the duster in my hand, may as well do all of those. Oh, I turned around again, didn't I? And those shelves look so clear. That's the bit of decluttering I do like, when you clear some space and then you go, yay! And then you turn around and then you're like, oh, no. But if I don't make that mess, I get bored and I stop. So in all fairness to Zara, she had already colour-coded some of the books and arranged them into rainbow, but there are just too many books. And like I said, lots of them are
baby books. This is going to be a bit of an emotional declutter for me because so many of these books, I read to them when they're so tiny, but they have grown out of them. And it's difficult, isn't it? Because we need to decide as parents what we're hanging on to for nostalgia and sentimental value, and then what actually just doesn't need to be there. And that's what I've got to kind of figure out today. I've got to figure out which books do I want to keep and store so they won't necessarily be accessible in Zara's room for her to use because she won't be reading them. But there will be a handful of books I might want to put in a memory box or something. But equally, I cannot keep every book my child has ever read, every drawing, every time they've put pen to paper. If I kept every drawing that they'd ever done, every book they'd ever read, I'd have more books and pictures, I suppose, than bricks that actually built the house. So it does have to kind of be discerned what is going to stay and what is going to go. I'm now singing, should I say, or should I go in my head? I don't know what's going on. By the way, I'm not doing music behind these videos at the moment because I did a bit of a poll and the large majority of you just wanted me to talk to you. So here I am talking a load of rubbish. Hope you're enjoying it. Do let me know in the comments. Do you prefer music and talking, just music? We're experimenting at the moment with just talking. So I hope you're enjoying it. I hope my random ramblings are keeping you busy. Also, let me know, are you decluttering with me or are you just watching? Are you getting inspiration to declutter later or are we decluttering together? I like to know, I do like to know. So I'm putting the books that we are keeping, the sort of current books, back on the shelf. So this is anything that Zara, or for that matter, the older children, may want to read at the moment. So one or two of those books are still larger, what are they called? Like chunky books. What's the word for chunky books? Board books, I suppose, that are, technically baby books, aren't they? Board books. I always used to buy board books because they were harder to rip. And oh gosh, look at all this stuff still a lot to sort out. Oh, I feel a bit sick. Never mind. And I know up here, hard to get out with one hand because I'm holding the camera. Up here is even more books. Oh, great. Anyway, so some of the board books, they are sort of old enough, mature enough for her to read, because sometimes I would buy board books just so the little ones didn't rip them. And then some of them are reading books, as in like a reading scheme of books. I bought all of the Jolly Phonics, whatever that reading scheme is called, is what they were using in the school at the time. I bought those. Let's see, it wasn't for Dylan, who's our eldest. It was probably for Will. So we've had those quite a long time. They've been through the children, but all of the children are beyond those first stage reading books now. So those can go. The reading stage books can be passed on probably to the school. And look how much nicer that looks. She's actually going to like that, I think, and actually have access to books she can read. So then some of the books, the ones we don't have an emotional attachment to, can go to the school. And then some of them, we're going to take those downstairs. I'll show you what we're going to send out and go to the school. Some of them I'm going to put in the attic. Like I've got copies of certain books that I read to them so much when they were little, I just can't bear to part with. But the majority of them I am going to donate to the school. There may be, family members, that have extended family that have smaller children than you could pass things on to. We don't really have anyone like that in the family. I sometimes pass things on to friends, but our school is always really, really grateful. It's quite underfunded for books and things, so they will probably go to the infant. Okay, onto these drawers. Oh, makes me feel a bit sick because I'm making some decent progress right now, as in that bookshelf is looking good. It's so tempting to stop, and I've got to admit, every part of me is screaming, Ree, just run. You're busy. You've got lots to do. Don't empty these drawers. The room's not looking that messy now. You could just leave it. You could go and do something else. Don't keep decluttering. This isn't fun. But to stop myself running away, I've made more mess because I cannot leave it like this. So there you go. That's me backing myself into a corner. I don't know if it's an ADHD thing, this fighting with myself versus it's like part of me knows what I need to do and the other part of me is going, I don't want to do this. And it's like I've got to parent myself and make myself do things. And that's why I took things all over the floor, just between you and me. Do let me know in the comments, by the way. Do you have like excellent motivation and you don't have to do this system where you make a big mess in order to make yourself do stuff? Do you have that willpower and motivation, or do you have to force yourself and incentivize yourself like I do, like a child? I don't know, just curious. Maybe it's just me, or maybe it's a pretty common phenomenon. So I'm vacuuming out these drawers. I'm looking at that vacuum cleaner, actually needs emptying as well, but just getting any, not crumbs because it's not food, but like bits at the bottom of the drawers. While we're emptying the drawers, we may as well give them a good old clean. These were probably emptied and refilled. Let's see, when did we redo my office? We redid my office probably May 2024. And that's when this chunk of the desk came upstairs. I can't remember. I think the drawers were downstairs in my office and they came up. Maybe I got a new top or something. But basically, part of this, or all of Zara's dressing table used to be in my office as a static desk. And now I've got a sit-stand desk so that I can use my walking pad while I work. So that's why she was able to have this dressing table, because it was kind of spare and surplus and we could repurpose it, which is great. But my point is that these drawers were last emptied and refilled nearly a year ago. So they've become this messy in a year. So they weren't awful. They had dividers, but they haven't had a good old sort out. And when this desk was brought up here and sorted out, the focus for that day was very much sorting my office. And I don't think I did a really good sort in Zara's room at that time. So we are sorting through now. So we just want like things with like things, as in we want one pot that is just pencils, not pencils and half a rubber and a bit of screwed up paper and 3 used pens. We want, all gel pens together, all crayons, not just got crayons up here, colouring pencils, all those things together. And I find that the more neat and organised I can get my children's rooms, the more respectful they are of putting things back. So the more obvious it is that this goes here and this goes there, then the more likely they are to put things back. So when there is a pot of just pencils, and it's quite evident, these are just pencils, these are just pencils, these are just pens rather, it's just like one thing in one pot. These are just hair bubbles. They are very unlikely, bless them, to just sling something else in there. They're more likely to be like, oh, okay, that's where that goes. And it just sort of naturally happens. However, when things get a bit messier and the wheels start to come off with the decluttering, then very quickly things deteriorate. And then that's when people just shove things in drawers and close their eyes and hope for the best. And this bottom drawer with hairbands, it's a little overstuffed, so I'm trying to pull out hairbands that are broken, like the bows undone, and those will be disposed of, trying to put them in nice rainbow order so she can find things, or at least like with like. So some hairbands with bows on them, or all the non-bow ones. We are making progress, but it still feels like there's stuff everywhere. Ugh. That basket on the left is mostly rubbish and recycling. There's not been loads of rubbish and recycling in this particular session so far, I'm finding. It's more putting things back where they go and donation. I don't think I'm going to end up with a lot of stuff to totally recycle, chuck. It's more small amounts of getting rid of from a rubbish point of view, and an element of just donating, which is actually quite nice when things don't just get recycled, and really sad when things, I don't like the idea of my children things going to landfill. I've got this very small pot that I need to ask Zara about, but other than that, we're doing okay. I am going to take this opportunity just to clean the desk. That's one of her printables, a little routine printable. If you're inside of my Organised Life Club, by the way, I've been putting together Ree's routine resources. You've got printables for your children, so check those out. Better vacuum the floor because we've had just bits of stuff all over it. Bear with, because we're going to do a little clear up, and then I am going to show you what we're actually getting rid of. It's not loads and loads, like I said, that it's like for the bin or recycling, but quite a lot I've got to go to the school. And I do like giving things to my children's school because it's a little bit, not pay it forward because they've already looked after my children, but sending things down to the infants. I know that the school are always grateful for extra resources, and it's a nice way to pay back, I guess. Like a little thank you for taking such great care of my children when they're little. Now they're getting so big and they don't need these books anymore. Anyway, little bit of extra vacuuming, and then we do need to go through my decluttering workbook. I do find having a few minutes at the end of a decluttering session just to go over what I've achieved and what I want to achieve next really helps my mindset, I suppose, helps me think, hey, look what I've done. Look how nice those bookshelves look now. They look lovely and just so much neater than they were. I know they've still got dolls on them, which could technically put those away, but I think she wants those out. These drawers are looking so much more organised, and bonus, you can open them without them getting stuck, without them totally overflowing or overblowing, as I think it was Zara says overblowing when she was smaller. Just a little funny thing we say in our house now. And then let's look at what's going. All these books are going to school. There's so many of them. 1 or 2 books, I actually found we had 2 copies of them. So we've just kept one, we're sending the others on. But all of those red, yellow, green, blue books, they're like a reading scheme. And that's a basket of just rubbish and recycling. So not too much. As I said, rubbish? Why can't I speak? Rubbish and recycling. Okay, to my decluttering workbook. We're going to fill in what I have done. It's a nice way to reflect back, especially when I'm thinking, I haven't done that much. And I can look back at previous sessions and think, actually, I've done quite a lot. You can see what's going where and how does the space feel now. Honestly, it feels great. And next, yes, I do need to do those drawers. I didn't get them done before, but they have to be for next time. And I do need to do Bella's room. Now let's look at Zara's reaction. Is she enjoying the newly decluttered drawers? She's like, oh, Mummy, wow, I love it. Mummy, I love it. She does like a nicely decluttered drawer. She likes things being tidy. She just doesn't enjoy tidying. Here in the UK, the sun has finally made an appearance, which means that we are ready for getting some summer clothes out of storage, which seems like the perfect opportunity to continue my decluttering mission by tackling my wardrobe and my daughter's wardrobes. They're getting to the stage where they're like, Mummy, I'm too warm in these winter pajamas. I need some summer ones. So we're going to take this opportunity to do the seasonal wardrobe switch and also have a massive declutter. This is part of my attempt to declutter my entire house in under 100 days, which isn't going quite as quickly as I might have hoped. But you know what? Progress over perfection. Sharing the absolute unsugar-coated reality here on the channel with you all. I've not got that many days left to get it all finished. Will I get it done? I don't know. It remains to be seen. Maybe the deadline will create some more urgency and I'll actually get it finished, or maybe it will just be a project that continues beyond the deadline, and maybe that has to be okay. Maybe life happening is just okay. I don't know. So we're going to my Organised Life binder. I've got an entire video about what I use my Organised Life binder for and how you can set one up too. So I will link all of that below. But within my Organised Life binder, I'm flipping to my decluttering workbook and looking through the tasks that I need to get sorted for today. It's quite a long list and it's quite overwhelming. Do I want to do this now? Honestly, no. But do I want what feels like a whole load of new clothes? And that's what I love about a wardrobe switch. We do not have endless amounts of storage in our homes. Generally in the UK, most of us don't have absolutely massive homes. And I know viewers from America are always shocked at how small our houses are in the UK, but we don't have massive amounts of space. And I would rather only have things in my wardrobe that I could wear at the time. There's no point in being the bleak midwinter and me seeing lovely little floaty summery things that I can't wear. That's depressing. So by doing this switch over, my wardrobe is just full of things I can actually wear, but also it does feel like I've got new clothes twice a year. The girls are getting to the stage where they would perhaps like some new t-shirts and things, but I'm really reluctant to buy them anything at all for the summer until I see what we've got, because otherwise it's just a waste of money. We end up doubling up. Equally, it might turn out that nothing fits Bella, especially, who's grown a lot and she's our eldest daughter, so maybe she's got no clothes. Anyway, I am procrastinating now, aren't I? I am going to put in my little AirPods. They're not actually AirPods, they're like like knockoff AirPods. They're almost as good as Apple AirPods. They don't do the switching thing where it goes seamlessly like AirPod to iPhone. But other than that, they're the 10th of the price. They come in pretty colours and I like them. So I'm going to put one of these in, listen to either a podcast. I have a podcast if you need to listen to a podcast or an audiobook. I also have a link. You can download your own audiobook if you want to do that. Or do you know what? You could just declutter along with me. You could put this playlist of decluttering on and we can declutter together. Make sure if you are on a decluttering journey like I am, you grab my completely free decluttering checklist. It's a clutter-free checklist. It's 2 pages, I think, and it just gives you a framework to start with if you're just not sure where to start. So grab that, the decluttering workbook, all the things. I'm going to have to stop chatting now and get on with this because can you tell I'm procrastinating? Can you tell? Can you tell? Okay, let's get on with it. Starting with putting on my go shoes. Does anyone else do this? Have indoor trainers? I know I have indoor trainers because I have a walking pad, so it makes sense for me. But do you do this little trick where you're like, these are my go shoes, they make me do the cleaning and the things? It's just a little trick I use for my brain. Not sure if it's something that's specific to me or if other people actually do this too. Now we're going to grab some of my baskets, which I'm trying to do with one hand because I'm holding the camera with the other hand. Not that easy, but I use these for everything when we're packing and sorting, and quite specifically when we are decluttering and doing these wardrobe switches. So this is what we're dealing with. This is my section of my hanging wardrobe, which is looking very wintry. And the summer, I'd like to say is here. I feel like I'm tempting fate, but you know, the sun is coming out and we are moving towards the summer months, the months that identify as summer. And we need to pull all this stuff out, get rid of the wintry stuff, and actually just pull out the stuff that doesn't fit the girls, that shouldn't be in there. We're going to go under my bed, which is, oh dear, don't look away. Anyway, don't look away. We're going to have to do this together, aren't we? Under here, I have got all of the winter clothes. Now, some of this stuff is not winter clothes. Some of this stuff is stuff that Bella's grown out of, that Zara's not yet grown into. But ultimately, I need to pull most of it out in order to see where we're at and what, like, we're not going to look at that middle section, by the way. That's not clothes. That's going to have to be stuff for another day. Today's job is big enough just looking at the clothes. So the 2 sort of stripes down the side of the bed are all clothing-ish stuff, clothing, pajamas, whatever. And I'm going to be overwhelmed enough just dealing with all of these clothes because I want to go through and see what of this is stuff that they should be having in their wardrobes to utilize now. What is stuff that needs to be put back, but actually be put back neatly, because I think it can be quite easy for things to be kind of shoved and not put away neatly, and then you're not maximizing the space. So we're just going to pull everything out, decide what fits them, because this summer stuff I would have put away at the end of last summer. All of this stuff would have fit them at the end of last summer. I had no idea how much they're going to grow, so I assess what's staying and what's going at the beginning of the next season. Obviously last summer, anything that didn't fit them I would have donated at that stage, but anything I was like, oh, will this fit you or not, I packed away. So we're just going through saying, yes, this fits you, or no, Bella, that doesn't fit you, we'll put away for Zara, or yes, if it, you get the picture. Can you tell I'm feeling super overwhelmed already? This is why I have to make a mess, you see, because if I hadn't made this mess, I'd be like, oh, I've got something super important to do right now that is not this. And I would find some excuse in my brain to go and do that instead. So we're going to swap over these Disney ears into a different bag, because currently there's like ears and clothing in a bag, and that doesn't make sense. It should really just be one bag that's mostly one thing. And some of these bags have been overstuffed, they've been ripped. They are brilliant bags, actually. I will link everything that I'm using. As always, there'll be a blog post down in the description with links to all the bits and pieces that I'm using and talking about in this video. Going to be honest, feeling pretty overwhelmed by the chaos right now. But if I hadn't pulled it out, then I wouldn't have any spare space to continue. I wouldn't have that space because... yeah, so it had to be done this way. And also, I've had enough. And if I hadn't pulled all this out, I would stop now. Now would be the point where I'd be like, I'm done. I've had enough. Goodbye. Let me show you where we're at so far. And maybe it won't be as bad as I think. So over here we've got a basket of stuff that fits Zara. That's shorts. These are dresses that fit Zara that mostly used to be Bella's. That's shorts for Bella. That's not much, but apparently she's got some in her room. Dresses for Bella that do fit. And then these are dresses that fit both of the girls. So those are dresses they can wear in pairs, possibly on trips, out to lunch, that kind of thing. So they'll be stored together. These lot, I'm just going to do a really quick refresh by sticking them in a quick refresh load in the dryer and hang them up and shake them. And that way I won't have to bother with ironing them before I put them away. Over here, we've got stuff, a basket of stuff I actually still need the girls to try on. This is stuff that is too big for Zara, too small for Bella, and all of this is too small for all of them. Down here, I've got that sorted bag of ears, that sorted bag of Disney clothes. I still haven't tackled any of this, but at least now I can take some of this stuff down to the dryer, get it out the way, and then I can start emptying some winter stuff away and hopefully have some of these bags emptied. So I guess I need to continue emptying bags in order to make space. I also think I need to buy some more of these bags because I did rip one or two of them with overstuffing them. Back to getting stuff done. Woo! By the way, if you are inside of my Organised Life Club and you're watching this kind of when the video goes live, if it is still the month of April 2025, the Decluttering Workbook is inside of the Organised Life Club as your gift for this month, as one of the bonuses for this month. There are plenty of printable bonuses in there every single month to help you get your life organised, and there's even a free option to get you started. So do join me inside of my Organised Life Club especially if you have a neurodiverse family like me and you want to kind of get organised and just make your life easier. That's what the Organised Life Club's all about. It's getting through all of this stuff and doing it together. So we've got quite a lot of baskets of things now that we've pulled out, and they are being categorized. So that is progress. Okay, we are looking for progress. And when everything around me just looks and feels this messy, it can be like, oh, are we making progress or are we just making mess? I don't know, but we also have to continue to make the mess because I know at this stage, the level of overwhelm I'm already feeling. I need to get the girls' wardrobes done as well as mine today, because ultimately I started this whole thing because they were like, I want to wear more summery clothes. But I'm already feeling the level of overwhelm that if I don't pull this stuff out now, I'm going to walk away from this. So I'm going to force myself through now, pull out more stuff, make even more mess, which it feels counterintuitive, but I need to get this done today. Otherwise, I'm going to end up buying the girls new clothes, new summer clothes, because they're going to be like, Mummy, I haven't got any t-shirts. I'm going to end up buying them things that they probably already, not exactly the thing they already own, but they already have an equivalent thing of. And it seems bonkers to start summer clothes shopping before I've pulled out their summer clothes. So we're even pulling out this bottom section, which I'm going to be honest, I can't remember the last time I pulled out this bottom section of Bella's wardrobe, which is dressing up in effect. Oh no, look what I did. But it needed doing. Guys, this needs doing. It needs doing from time to time. And this like winter to summer time is a really sensible time to do it. So I'm just going to take all the stuff out of Bella's room, the clothing now, not the dressing up, if we're differentiating, her actual clothing. I'm going to take it into my bedroom, sort it into, okay, this is a t-shirt, this is summery enough, it can go back in your wardrobe. This is wintry stuff that needs to go away. This stuff is never going to fit you again. We'll put it maybe for Zara in the future, or, just categorizing it as to where things are going to go. Do these things need to be recycled? Are they just too scruffy to be worn? Have they got holes in them? So now all that is mostly dressing up. We need to deal with that. Not right now. Let's keep moving stuff for now. And just, oh God, there's so much of it, isn't there? There's so much. But this is going to feel good when it's done. That's what I've got to keep clinging to. All this, by the time I go to bed tonight, somehow I will have done it. And I will have got over this hump. And it'll feel really good. And ultimately, that is what I've got to focus on. So we're just going through all of this stuff. If only in real life it was this quick. Can you imagine how good that would be? Hooray! I'm just going through, Bella, what fits you, what doesn't fit you, what fits Zara, what needs to go away, and just holding it up against them, trying things on, and categorizing and assessing. So nothing goes into the wardrobe that doesn't belong there. And honestly, there's some stuff that's hung up in the 2x2 section, because Zara's got her own clothes, Bella's got her own clothes, and certain matchy things that are in Bella's room, certain things that don't fit either of them. So I'm so glad I've done this. See what we're dealing with here, shall we? Those are the Captain mini dresses from the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. So next time we go to Disney, they'll need those. All of that is previously Bella's, now Zara sized. These are matching dresses that currently fit, but they're too wintry, so they need to go away. I don't know if they'll still fit them by next winter. I'll make that assessment when we get the winter clothes back out, because I don't know how much they're going to grow. These are too small for Bella and either too big or too wintry for Zara, mostly too wintry. These, again, are things that are too big for Zara, too small for Bella. All of that needs to go back in Bella's wardrobe, but I do need to sort in there first. Disney ears, Disney mostly my stuff, Disney the girls stuff that I need to go through, and then we've got some stuff for donation/recycling. These are my skirts and shorts and things that need sorting. A bit more of my stuff, a whole ton of hangers. All of that is Bella's stuff for next winter. I still haven't gone through all of that. I mean, some of this just going straight back away. That's just swimming stuff, so that's already sorted, I know that. Some of these must be summer pyjamas, need to go through those. Still got all that. Still got all this. I think I need to get on with Bella's room now, because I need to start putting some of Bella's stuff away to make space. But Bella's room, oh my gosh, Zara, what do you look like? Bella's room looks like this. So I think next job is to sift through in here. Oh, Zara, hang on, where's Bella? Oh, Bells. Oh, you're so funny. You're reading in, are you Harry Potter? Okay. You're reading Harry Potter in the cupboard like Harry Potter. Okay. Right, let's sort through all of this, see what fits you, what doesn't. And then I can perhaps clean where you are and start putting stuff back. Will you help?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So I wrote out all these steps in my decluttering workbook at the beginning. You saw me writing it all out. So I have got a plan I am following. And the next stage in this plan is to sort Bella's dressing up stuff. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of this stuff does not fit her. And that's why I always want to say this word, overflowing is the word, but overblowing is the word that one of the children used before, and it just sticks. So it was overflowing, and my aim is to only have dressing up stuff, or anything actually, that fits her in the wardrobe. So I've now actually managed to clean the bottom of that wardrobe, hang up some stuff on the top rail, ignoring Bella's desk, by the way. That's on my to-do list for decluttering on another day. But she previously had dressing up stuff. Oh, look out there, I've still got it all in the hole. Or previously, when they were very small, all their dressing up stuff was down low because they were dressing up lots, and I was reaching their clothes from high up to dress them. Now they make more choices about what they want to wear themselves, so I put their day-to-day clothes down lower, and they can ask for help, or in this case I'm actually going to give Bella a stool because she can nearly reach anyway, to reach the higher up rail, because reaching and accessing dressing up stuff is less frequent. But look at this really sensible, manageable basket that looks nothing like it did at the beginning. That is a result. We've sorted so much. And by the way, I am going to show you at the end exactly what I have decluttered. We've got these little divider things. So now it's less than half a rail of dressing up stuff, and the rest can be for actual clothing. So let's put back in some of the clothing that does belong in Bella's wardrobe. While I do that, I do want to talk about a little comment that I had on one of my videos, one of the decluttering videos. And it was, just imagine if you cleared up as you went along, you'd never have to do this. Now, first of all, general clearing up is something I do. I do try and stay on top of the general tidiness of the house. Am I perfect? No. Am I like the best homekeeper in the world? No. But, oh, by the way, the clothes looking better in Bella's wardrobe, so much better. Anyway, decluttering for me is something that is a little bit of an ongoing process. It does have to be done on kind of a regular basis. That's the little stool, by the way, I'm going to put in Bella's wardrobe so she can reach the top rail. Anyway, it is a bit of the kind of thing that I feel personally, anyway, if you've got kids, the kids bring things into the house from school that are brought into the house. Birthday presents, Christmas presents, things get brought into the house. Or clothing, like they grow out of clothing. And I feel that, yes, in an ideal world, would I do this, like, I don't know, every day, every week? Maybe. Do I have time for that as a mum of 4 who works full time? No. That's why it kind of builds up into this decluttering process. But the more frequently I do the decluttering process, yes, the less dramatic it's going to be. So, I mean, some people got into like an argument in the comments about this comment. And thank you for those of you that were sort of sticking up for me. But the general gist of it was the person making the comment apparently was sort of just trying to offer friendly advice. And while I take that on board, the reason I share these decluttering videos is because I don't think I'm alone in this problem. I don't think I'm alone in feeling overwhelmed by stuff and in this kind of cyclical process that as a mum we face. And by the way, at the moment, I am just sort of sorting things back into Zara's wardrobe because I'm kind of going off topic a little bit while you watch me run around like an idiot do stuff, but that's what I'm doing. But anyway, I share these decluttering videos, and there are a lot of them at the moment because I am doing a specific decluttering series, but I share them because I know this is a struggle and a challenge of mine to stay on top of these things. And I feel like sharing these decluttering videos with you is giving me accountability to do it. Hopefully it's giving you accountability if we're doing it together. And motivation, which is one thing I need right now. Look at the state on me. I'm like, why am I doing this? Send help. Someone come and finish this for me. Everything looks a mess. But it's okay because we're going to do it because I know we've got to do it together because I can't just leave it like this. And to me, I know how much better I feel when I get this done. And if I can help in any way, by the way, we're looking at the hangers at the second. Sorry, I'm like going back and forth. The hanger system I was doing was every time I wore something, I was putting hanger the other way around so I could see what I have and haven't worn during the season so I can make better choices about what to declutter and what to keep. Oh, it's still feeling so overwhelming. But yes, this is overwhelming. Could I do this in smaller chunks? Yes. And maybe I wouldn't be so hot and bothered having to strip off like this. And maybe if you are a person that doesn't struggle with consistency as much as I do, because I am pretty consistent with things, but it is a challenge. I feel like I have to fight with myself, and I'm assuming that's the ADHD that I was diagnosed with at age 40. I am assuming that's why I've always had this battle of feeling like I've got to force myself to do things. But equally, it's like the older I get, and perhaps the more understanding of my own brain I have, the more I understand how my brain works and how I can make myself do things. And this system works for me. It works for me. Yes, in an ideal world, every single time that I notice something that doesn't fit the children, it gets pulled out of circulation sooner. And I do that when I can. And then I do not end up like this, sitting there on my bed halfway through a decluttering session going, why did I start this? I'm in such a mess. But in reality, this works for me. This works for our family. And I think it works for a lot of you guys too, because of generally the comments that you leave. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that really, that I think we can all be shamed sometimes in thinking, how did I let myself get into this mess? But we shouldn't. Anyway, my clothes, I've now got active wear up the top. This stuff kind of stays out all year round now because I just wear active wear a lot because I'm working at my walking desk on my walking pad. I've got t-shirts up top, a couple of little skirts now I've pulled out, a few little skirts have come out for the summer. All my dresses, all the hangers are facing the same way now, and I will turn them around as I wear them again. But, oh, look, that's a YouTube jacket that YouTube sent me. How nice is that? I don't think I've actually worn it yet, but, anyway, we're not going to look at that right now. But the hanging stuff is now all summer appropriate. I've still got all this stuff out, but some of it now is sorted and can go back under the bed. So while it still looks chaotic, we're still not going to look at that middle section. By the way, don't tell anyone. We're not doing that today. We don't We don't have the mental capacity to look at that. That is non-clothing stuff. It does need pulling out, but equally it's sectioned off appropriately. So that could be done in a separate project, and I will do it in a separate project. So I've given a little vacuum to the under the bed bit. It wasn't that bad actually, but I've given it a little vacuum, and we're just packing away all of the stuff that is done. So now I've got more space. These, now that we're pulling out in super fast speed, are pajamas. So we're putting away snuggly winter pajamas. We're pulling out summer pajamas and checking what fits who, because their pajama boxes were, as the girls would say, overblowing. And they didn't have anything that actually was appropriate, and they couldn't access stuff that fit them. I am still feeling overwhelmed, but I've got to remember at this stage how far we've come. You know, we've done quite a lot. We've still got all these bags to go through. And actually, I like the clear bags better now than just using the normal packing cube ones, because I can see what's in them. But as bad as this looks, it's not that bad now. We're nearly there. I feel like this is labour. Okay, bear with me. If you've ever had a baby and you've gone through actual labour, have you ever been to that stage where you're in labour and you think, I cannot do this for much longer? And that actually means, I wish someone had told me this, by the way, before I ever went to labour. When you get to that stage, you're like, I can't do this for much longer. It means you're nearly there. And every time I got to that stage, I was holding my baby very soon afterwards. And maybe I'm just kidding myself, but maybe I'm like, can't do this much longer. And that means I'm nearly there. That means we're nearly the end of this little project. Maybe. We're actually at the stage where we're vacuuming up now. So a lot of the stuff has been moved off the floor, and we have gone through most of it. We are going to go through the tick list. I'm going to show you what I've done, and you're going to have to wait to the very end. I'm going to show you how much I've decluttered. And actually, I think you're going to be proud of me, because there is a lot of stuff. And by the way, I try my very best to make sure most of the stuff is passed on, especially when we're going on with like clothing and things. And like there is that little bin under there. That stuff either needs to be, I'm going to pull out everything that can be possibly be recycled, but very small amount of it will ever go to landfill. My children's clothes specifically, I get quite emotionally attached to my children's clothes. So I would hate to think of them just being binned. Some of them get recycled, as in things that aren't nice enough to pass on. So if they've got holes in them or they're really worn out. But most of my children's clothes do get passed on. So that's my wardrobe. Like, it's looking all summery. Like, I'm actually excited. I do feel like I've got new clothes. This has felt kind of worth it. I'm starting to feel like, yay, this was for something. This is Zara's. Zara's is a bit more overstuffed than Bella's, because she's got so many of Bella's hand-me-down things. Bella's wardrobe is looking much more spacious. And I've got to say, she's got so many more t-shirts and things that actually fit her than I realised. I thought she needed so many more new clothes for the summer. And I have just saved myself a legitimate small fortune in doing this, because I was about to go and buy her a whole load of clothes because I thought she didn't have any, and she's got loads, which I've only known by doing this sort. So I'm just going through, ticking off in my decluttering workbook what I've done, what's going to be recycled, and I feel answering these prompts of like, why am I doing this and what have I achieved from it, really helps me. Ticking things off gives me that dopamine hit. It did take longer than I was anticipating, but look at all I've done and all these things and where everything's going. How do I feel? I feel amazing. I'm so proud of myself. We do have all of this stuff that I have decluttered. So some of it's being donated. Most of it, in all fairness, is being donated. There's a little bit of it going to recycling. And lots of the dressing up stuff is actually going to the children's school, because they're always happy to accept donations for dressing up stuff. Come empty, clean, declutter and organise my home office with me. This is a long overdue job where I need to pull everything out, clean bits that haven't been cleaned for a while, and deal with the clutter. If you are on a bit of a decluttering journey yourself, head to mummyoffour.com/declutter to grab my free Clutter-Free checklist to get you started. So this is my home office, which on the face of it doesn't look that bad, but inside the drawers, down deep, is kind of messy, okay? The clutter has been building up. Look, these are the bits you don't see in my video.
the drawers and stuff. It's a bit of a mess. It's a bit like it was originally organised and it's gone a little bit out of hand. And it's just sort of stuff that's gone a bit slung. And considering I spend so much time in here working and editing, it'd be super helpful if this space felt clean and organised, and then maybe my brain could feel clean and organised. All of these things are just full of just shoved things. I've just shoved things out the way where I can't see them. So we are going to need to pull out some of these drawers and just see what's in there. I'm sure a lot of it does not need to be there. I'm sure a lot of it's surplus. We are not going to tackle this massive unit today because honestly, I only have a couple of hours. We'll probably do this little cupboard, which is just kind of cameras and stuff. It's not very well used space, I guess. Like the cameras have to go somewhere, but I feel they could be stored better elsewhere. Anyway, that's what we're dealing with at the moment. Under here is a bit of a mess as well. I need to pull that out and clean and things. So I don't really want to do this, if I'm honest, at all. I don't want to do this. I'm not in the mood, but we're going to do it anyway. You and me, we can do this together. I am going to put one of these little, they're not AirPods because they're pink, but like AirPod dupe things in my ears. These things are great. They come in all sorts of different colors. Will's got green ones. Bella also has pink ones. But I just put one in my ear at a time. That way, if the kids are home, which they're not at the moment, they're in school, but if the children are home, I can still listen out for them and I can actually still switch over then if one goes flat and I can listen to a podcast, an audiobook, something to keep me going. This is a placebo effect. I feel like if I put my indoor trainers on, I feel like they make me go faster. And let's face it, as an ADHD girly, it needs to be anything I can do, any trick I can use to trick myself into doing stuff. Let's click our heels together 3 times. Does that do the decluttering? No, we're just going to have to do it then, aren't we? So now I'm going to head to my Organised Life binder and open up my Decluttering Workbook, which you can grab using the details below. Full disclosure, I have not done any decluttering in just over a month. And I should do some more. Should's the wrong word, isn't it? I've been really busy. I've not prioritized it. It's no good saying I haven't had time because the truth is I haven't prioritized it. I have been busy, but I've prioritized other things. I think that's the correct way to put it. So I'm going to write out now in my decluttering workbook what we were going to do. The space is okay, but it's not functioning well enough. I'm going to keep myself motivated with a timer. I only have about 2 hours until I have to go and get the children from school. So this, in theory, isn't going to be a really destructive clean and declutter. Spoiler alert, it becomes a destructive declutter, and I'll explain what that means in a minute. But here's what we've got to do. We've got to empty those drawers. I want to tackle that 2x1 calyx unit. I really need to do the under desk boxes. I want to sort under those and that little calyx unit in the corner. That should be enough, and maybe that if we've got time, to just do 2 hours if we don't do the destructive mode. But at this point, I'm thinking, do you know what? I don't just want to declutter. I actually want to really clean as well. So if you've been here before, you know what these are for. These are my baskets. I use them for flipping everything. I use them for sorting laundry. I use them for sorting things when we're packing, unpacking, and of course, for decluttering, for moving things from one place to another place. And also, of course, for sorting things into things to be thrown away, things to be recycled, just categorizing things. Now, genuinely, it was not my intention to empty the room, which is destructive decluttering. And what I mean by that is making enough of a mess that I can't stop until I've put it right. And I do this to make myself do things. This is one of my ADHD hacks. I back myself into a corner. So by doing my destructive decluttering method, which means I tip a load of things out and I make such a mess that I couldn't just stop, then it makes me carry on. Now, my intention for today was to just empty 1 or 2 drawers, empty them out onto the desk, go through them and put them back. What is that? Honestly, this is why everything needs moving. There's just stuff like stuck under things. And anyway, we're going to plan B. Plan B is destructive decluttering, which means I am going to empty everything out. It will be far more satisfying in the long run because I'm actually going to move everything in clean now.
And honestly, in my opinion, it is far easier to declutter in a slightly larger area. So my office isn't massive, and if I don't move stuff out of the way, there's no massive amounts of space on the floor to tip things out, really. So if I move things into the lounge, it's a bit more work because I've got to move things out and then move things back in. But by moving everything into the lounge, I'm going to have more space to sort and categorize, which is a bonus. I'm also going to be able to really have a good deep clean in here, which obviously I clean, but I haven't had a proper deep clean in here since, like, moving the furniture, probably since this time last year when we actually did the office makeover. So we're about due, if I'm honest, to move things and clean behind them. Like, I've moved one or two things, but I haven't properly stripped the room, you know. By the way, that's my new Organised Life Planner 2.0, which is available in my planner store now. I'm absolutely thrilled with it. So go and check that out. It's as if my Organised Life Planner, the original one, and my Organised Life and Gratitude Planner, the one that I've been using for the past probably year and I'm obsessed with, had a baby. It's the best of both. I'm obsessed. I hope you'll be obsessed too. It's flipping changed my life, the way that I use my planner. Anyway, this is not a video about planning, but I want you to go and check that out after this video and just take a little look at what I've created for you. So back to destructive decluttering. It's not for everyone or for every situation. I know that when I do things this way, it feels more thorough and it feels more like the stuff I've decluttered is going back into a clean space. So it makes me feel like I want to be more strict, more thorough, more like I want to do a complete job and I want to actually get it done properly. You know, it sort of gives me enthusiasm for decluttering. And the other thing it does is I couldn't possibly just leave all that stuff forever now, could I? Whereas, do you know what? If I'd just done what I was originally going to do, which is open one or two drawers, take one or two things out, pop them on the desk, I probably would have done one drawer and then closed the drawers because my motivation, as you probably noticed at the beginning of this video, was just not there. So now we've moved everything out, we're actually going to clean the shelves. This wasn't on the list for today, but I figured since we are having a good old clean, then I'm going to clean from the top down. So I'm going to clean these shelves, which I'm going to be honest with you, I don't do nearly as much as I should. But while the sofa and everything is not underneath and I'm not pushing dust onto things, it seems a good a time as any to do it. It's a quick job, not as quick as you're seeing on screen because this is obviously sped up. If I could actually clean like this in real life, can you imagine how quickly I could clean my house? Can you imagine how satisfying that would be? But anyway, it's still a reasonably quick job. It's a reasonably quick win. And again, looking from an ADHD point of view, if you have, yuck, by the way, yuck, it's satisfying to see the dust, isn't it? Gross, but satisfying. If you have quick wins at the beginning of your decluttering sessions, it spurs you on to keep going. So this cleaning the shelves, it's satisfying. I mean, a bit gross, but satisfying to see how much dust we got rid of. I'm going to be totally honest with you. It's tempting to pull all those bags off, clean all that, to pull all those boxes out and do the entire office. But I genuinely do not have the time for that. Not just don't have the bandwidth, but that's going to have to be a project for another day. So we've dusted the shelves. We're going to dust, well, we just dust the windowsill. Now we're going to empty these little drawers. This is a Calyx unit, just a 2x2 with drawers from IKEA, but we put different drawer knobs on them. Drawer knobs? Handles, that's probably a more polite way of putting it than drawer knobs. But aren't they pretty? I actually bought them for Bella's dressing table and they were a pack of 10 or something, so they look cute on there. So those drawers are now empty, and this is where the baskets come in handy. Dump everything into the baskets and then things can be sorted into categories, into what I'm keeping, what needs to be thrown, what needs to be donated, recycled, all the things, and then only clean, organized things in categories that belong together go back into drawers and things. So we've dusted the shelves. We're now moving this cupboard. Oh, gross. By the way, that corner, Do we remember what happened to that corner? Do we remember? We're going to raise up my walking desk just so we can get underneath to clean and stuff. That corner is where there was a flood. The boiler is above that corner, and probably the year we moved in, I think it was 2020, there was a flood. Literally, the flood came through the boiler like a waterfall, and that corner clearly has not been redecorated since. But since it normally lives behind a unit and no one sees it, you won't tell anyone, will you? It just hasn't been done. And to be honest, I'm not doing it now. Anyway, we've cleaned the surface. We've cleaned the, what's it called? It's not the skirting board. This is the skirting board we're doing now. The windowsill. We've done the windowsill, we've done the desk, we've done the shelves. Now vacuuming to get up all the bits that we've pushed onto the floor with the dusting. And now we're just going to do this cord, which is really dirty, dingy, disgusting, quite gross, honestly. I think you'll be quite horrified about the dirt and the dust coming off. Ugh, yuck. Achave is a Welsh thing, by the way, that I don't actually speak Welsh, but it's something my grandmother always used to say. It was kind of a Wenglish that my grandmother spoke, in that she was brought up speaking Welsh. She spoke English to everyone. But I didn't realise achave was not something, not something in the English language. I just thought it was something everyone knew what that was, until I lived in England when I was 9. So we moved to England for a bit when I was 9, and I was saying achave and no one knew what I meant. It means literally yuck to me, I believe. Welsh speakers in the audience, please correct me. But yeah, achave, yuck. Now this corner is quite gross and dusty and disgusting because there's so many wires and things. It's actually not as disorganized as it looks. All of those wires are kind of cable tied up, but this is the main hub for the whole house. That actual hub itself drives me nuts because it falls off that little skirting boardy bit all the time, and I'm trying to stick the leg thing back on right now and failing miserably. But all of the sort of, what's it called, like the hardwired Wi-Fi, it's not Wi-Fi, it's hardwired, is it? But the hardwired internet connections for the TVs for all the house kind of go into there. So it's just a bit of a chaotic mess. So we're not going to worry about it too much, but we've given it a bit of a dust. Everything's looking a bit chaotic now. So it's chaotic in the office. It's chaotic. It's a mess. Let's just tidy it up a little bit more. But we have, we're cleaning from the top down. It's at least going to be pretty clean pretty soon. Let's pretend there's not absolutely oodles of stuff all over the living room that I need to deal with, and just focus on the task in hand for now. So vacuuming the middle of the floor, just getting the worst of that up. And now let's sort of mop the floor. I am failing to put on my mop socks at this stage, which are like little mops you put over the trainers, which kind of dry the floor, stop you having footprints and things. Shout out in the comments if you remember my mop socks. I just realised as I was mopping there, I hadn't put my mop socks on, but this drawer thing, I was going to just empty in the office, but the floor is drying and I'm going to try and do the sorting and decluttering in the living room. So I'm just going to push the entire set of drawers into the living room so I can sit in there and declutter. Now let's look at the mess. Oh no. Oh, what have I done? I so don't want to do this right now. I really, really, really don't want to, but I have made this mess and now I've got to do it. So let's look at what we're dealing with. These are the drawers that have been next to my desk. It's just stuff this was organized once upon a time and everything's kind of drifted. And I'm sure half the cords in there I don't even need. So we need to empty things out. Now, the drawers are primarily, the ones next to my desk, worky kind of things like hard drives and camera bits and stuff. But I also have a few kind of personal items like lip balms and hairbrushes and things like that, because obviously I spend a lot of time working at my desk. So the top 2 drawers are kind of a mix normally of personal items and stationery, and then the other drawers, the bottom drawers, are slightly deeper, so they are more sort of equipment and things. I think they're called Alex drawers and they're from IKEA. They're great, no complaints from me, other than the fact they're stuffed full. They have got drawer dividers, which does make it easier. So I would have last organised these drawers a year ago, because I think it was this time last year that my office makeover happened. So this is a year since organising. And have I emptied these drawers and cleaned them since? Probably not. Have I emptied them and decluttered them or organised them? Definitely not. So emptying them first and cleaning them, so there is a clean space to welcome the newly organised and sorted stuff once it is organised and sorted. I do like this method stuff I'm using, which I think this one smells like peach something. Honestly, this may not be for everyone, but again, I need to kind of trick myself into doing cleaning. So if I have products that smell good, I'm more likely to want to use them. It's all about hacking my own ADHD and being like, oh, I like the smell, and therefore I want to spray it and clean it. And, that's why the cloths are pink. I like pink. Like, oh, pretty pink cloths. Maybe I want to clean with them. It's just sort of the way you might try and bribe a child is the way I try and bribe myself to do things, which when I say it out loud sounds totally bonkers. But if your brain works like mine, maybe you'll understand what I'm on about. So if you do relate, then please do shout out in the comments and let me know that your brain works in a similar way to mine, and if anyone else basically has to kind of trick themselves into doing things. This is my paper shredder, which needs to go back in the office without much more organising and decluttering. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. So much stuff. Okay, now let's start getting some stuff back into the drawers. And I've got to say, sorting things into drawers and things is so much easier, first of all, with the drawer dividers. I like the acrylic ones. There will be a blog post in the description of this video, and I'll link all the things that I'm yapping on about in there. But these acrylic drawer dividers make it much easier to keep the drawers tidy. And I know I've said that these drawers are reasonably untidy, but compared to how I would want them to be, they're reasonably untidy. But compared to how they would be if they weren't full of drawer dividers, they'd look like this. This, by the way, is a pile of cords that I found in my drawers. So we're going to see which ones I actually need and which ones are totally redundant. Now, bear in mind, I have now got a MacBook and a Mac, like an iMac, and both of them only have USB-C input, so the sort of skinny input. USB, the kind that would go in the like a bigger, like a normal USB, is, I think that's called USB-A. It doesn't have any of those plugs on either of my computers now. So any cord that has USB-A connection, I could maybe use one or two of them somewhere else into the house, because they're the kind that would plug into a plug perhaps. But I have hundreds of these blooming things, hundreds, in this drawer where I do not need them because they don't physically fit into my computer, and that is madness. These cords are going to need to be recycled. They're not going to be living in the drawer with all of the other ones that actually need to be used, because really, in a small space, and let's face it, if you live in the UK, very few of us have absolutely massive homes. Why would we want to fill the small amount of space we have with stuff we don't need or use? And quite frankly, even if you have got a massive home, do you want it stuffed full of stuff you don't need or use? The answer is probably no. Because when I go to my drawer, I want to be able to put my hand in and grab a cord that I can use and not sift through loads and loads that don't fit my blinking computer. And that is the reality of what we're actually looking at here. It does help to have these little Velcro things to keep the cords tidy. It's definitely helping when you're traveling and things. I absolutely love it. One of my favorite things about going on the Disney cruise is that if you've seen my other channel, my Magical Adventures channel, we love the Disney Cruise Line. We're going on another one soon in July. But when they tidy up the rooms, they tidy up your cords as well. It just makes me so happy. Someone tidying up and it not being me. So happy. So let's put some more of these cords back in. I'm sorting them by type and only ones that actually are usable. I've still got so much to do though. So flipping much. Okay, let's get some of the stuff let's get it back in the office. I've just realised I'm bringing the shredder back in. I didn't empty it. Oh, that's why it wasn't working very well. Oh dear. Okay, so well, now that the floor has been cleaned and has been dried, I've now tipped shred all over it because the shredder was so stuffed that it exploded all over the floor. But never mind, we can vacuum it up. And clearly this is a job that needed doing more regularly than I was doing it. But at least we're now making progress of starting to put some things back into the office. Things are going from the taking things apart, making a mess stage, into the starting to piece together the jigsaw back into a tidy space. And that's what we love. I think one of the hardest phases I find with cleaning and decluttering is when I get the space really clean and I start to piece some of it back together. I get the furniture back in place and it looks so amazing and clean and clear. And I just don't want to put anything in it at all because it looks so lovely and clean and clear. Okay, it needs a bit more stuff than that, like the rug, the sofa. But honestly, getting it to that stage and then being like, oh, I've still got all that junk to go through, that's a bit of a stressful, depressing stage. But it's so satisfying when it's done. Anyway, I've got this little rug, got that back in. Some of these little, they're not cardboard, they're little IKEA, like plastic file divider things, plonking those back in. I need to sort what's going in those. Can put the little wax melt burner thing, plug that back in, and just start putting some of these things back away. Things like that. I think that's my label maker I just put away. Fans, that's a portable fan, which doesn't get used most of the time in the UK. And then suddenly we get heat, we don't cope at all, and we need fans in every room. So that's my little sofa back in. We should probably get my walking pad and put that back away underneath it, and that little unit in the corner that is empty. We're going to figure out what we're going to do with that. My little YouTube light that YouTube sent me, some little cushions. See, it's starting to look cute already, and it's actually clean behind it now. I mean, we're going to pretend that there's not a mess of a wall behind that unit, but you can't see it, I can't see it, you won't tell anyone, I know. It's fine. So, no harm done. Let's push these drawers back in. Easier said than done, especially when you've only got one hand because you're holding the camera with the other one. But slowly but surely we will get there. And these drawers are now pretty organised. They are not full of cables that I can't even use anymore, which is amazing. And that's what we want out of life, isn't it? So get these drawers back in place. That just creates a little bit of extra desk space around this corner. I almost bought a slightly larger desk, but the next size up, the corner would have come way too far round and then you wouldn't have been able to get through the gap. So it was a bit unfortunate because I am right-handed, so more space on the right-hand corner of the desk would have been great, but hey-ho. There are some planners, that's stock from my planner store. They're just in these little boxes, which are also IKEA boxes. I don't remember what those are called, but they're just, if you just go to IKEA and type in white boxes, white storage boxes, they're those. They come in various, are they Scadis? I'm not sure. If anyone knows what those are called, shout out in the comments, show off your IKEA knowledge. There are smaller versions of them, but I will just link them. I link everything I'm talking about in that blog post, but I just can't remember right now what they're called. So those little boxes, I'm taking a few bits out. They normally live on top of that 2x1 little, like that 2-box calyx thing. I'm thinking I'd like them to go somewhere else though. I'd like that to be clear space. Just get my little microphone back out, my little fake plants. I love fake plants because I can't kill them. I have 4 children and I'm at my limit with just keeping the 4 children alive and sustained. I can't manage to keep plants alive, so we can't bring any living plants into the house because I will probably kill them. So we have fake plastic plants because it's one less thing for me to have to do or remember. I don't have to remember to water fake plants and they always are there for me looking good and green. There's my planner back on the desk. Yeah, I think those, I'm going to put them back in the living room and sort through and figure out where they can go. And I want to find somewhere else to put the tissue box as well. I'd love that to be a clear surface. So we've got a slight problem now in that I have overestimated how much I can do in the time I have given. Totally overestimated it, let's face it. Are we going to put this stuff back in the cupboard it came from? No, I don't think so. I think we're going to find some space for the cameras more next to my desk in this tech kind of section. The GoPro batteries, so they can go, yeah, just with the other batteries. I think if I have all my camera gear in this one set of drawers, I did toy with keeping camera gear in that Calyx unit that is in the corner next to my desk, the other one, but I'm so paranoid about leaving anything precious or electrical underneath the boiler. I know the flood was a few years ago now, and I know that the problem has apparently been sorted, but I'm terrified of putting anything valuable or precious or sentimental or electrical underneath that boiler in case we had another flood. So I think if we just keep all the camera equipment and the wires and things all in one place rather than some in the little cupboard, some in the drawers, it's just easier to find things, especially when I'm packing for trips, for vlogging and stuff. Obviously, I've got quite a lot of different equipment. It's just a case of playing drawer Jenga. And what I end up doing when I am organising things is trying things, and often things come back out to the drawers, then they go back in the drawers, and then I'll move things around just to try and make it fit better and to make it make more sense. Do you do the same? I just feel that you're not necessarily going to get it right first time, and sometimes things need to come back out and just, rearrange, see if you can make them work a bit better, fit a bit better. Got little lights and things, they need to go away. That's a little pouch of batteries and all that kind of stuff. That will just be thrown in my bag when we're going away. That just needs to be accessible because it's the kind of thing that I will pack to go. Just having it all in one set of drawers does make more sense, but then perhaps I could pack some stuff I don't use nearly as often in a different cupboard. So maybe these drawers should be things I use all the flipping time. Office is looking quite nice now, but the problem is I've still got all of this stuff, and I've run into another problem in that my alarm has just gone off to tell me I need to go and fetch the children from school. So we are going to have to pick this up tomorrow. So we're going to go to my decluttering workbook, and honestly, yesterday I said this was going to take up to 2 hours, and then I went a bit mad. Let's put on my indoor trainers because I believe that they give me magic powers to keep moving, and let's deal with all this. This wasn't supposed to happen, but never mind. Let's move on. We've got my baskets, which I use for all of my sorting and decluttering, as well as laundry. The top tip with baskets has got to be just pick one sort of basket and only have that type of basket so they all stack in one place. The office isn't looking too bad. We have got little bits of empty space now that we can put things back into. Quite a lot of empty space, actually, luckily, because there's still all of this to go through. Anyway, what was I saying about baskets before we just went and talked about that? The baskets. I use them, if you've seen my other videos, for packing, obviously decluttering, cleaning, just moving things room to room. Often I will just give the kids a basket each and be like, here's your laundry, go pop it away. Or here are things I gathered of yours from around the house, please take them upstairs. And there is a basket and it's all together. So today I'm just using them to categorize. Do I want to chuck this? Do I want to recycle this? Do I want to sort this? Do I want to store this? And if you have got my decluttering workbook, which I will link below to work through, if you're doing your own decluttering, you can see there is space in there to decide what you're going to do with various things as you're decluttering. Now, most of this stuff is papers and paper type items that I'm going through right now. But what I was saying about baskets, as I keep getting distracted, can you tell I have ADHD, by the way? What I was saying about baskets is the mistake I used to make with baskets in the last house. I had lots of different types. I'd see a different basket and I think, oh, that's pretty, I'll get that. And I had round ones and I had square ones. And you know what they say about square pegs and round holes? They don't all stack together. Whereas these baskets are just one type and they all slot in one stack. So they're so easy to stack. Now, what you can see I'm doing here is taking photographs of things that are in papers, because This is actually a workbook I had at an event I went to. Now, I don't need to store this physical paper forever, but I might want the information that's inside it. So I'm just taking photographs of it. I'm going to store all of the photos, not just on my camera roll, because I'll never look at them again there, but inside a note on my phone. And by adding, and just the Notes app, by the way, the normal Notes app on my iPhone. And then when you do that, you can actually just bin, as in shred and recycle the actual paper. I'm doing that with so many different things. The same with some of the children's drawings and things. It's really hard, isn't it, with things like the drawings that your children have done for you. You want to keep them forever and you want to treasure them because they put love into them. But equally, if you've got children that love doing art and drawing and draw every single day like my girls do, if you kept every single piece of paper that your child ever put pen to paper and drew on, you would be drowning in paper. You wouldn't be able to move in your entire house. So we've got something called an art stream, which is just a photo stream, a shared photo stream on our iPhone devices and things, a family shared photo stream I've invited everyone to. And I take photos of things and I add them to there. And that way you can set a photo stream as a screensaver or something. And that way you can display the art on the TV or on an iPad or wherever, or you could perhaps put them on an actual digital photo frame to cycle through, and that would be cute. So I'm taking lots of photos now of documents. So art is one thing you can take photos of, and then you can recycle the paper, but also documents. So things like, I don't know, credit card statements that ultimately you want to shred and get rid of. I mean, the ultimate hack is to switch everything to digital anyway, so the paper doesn't come into the house in the first place. And if you can go through every bank and credit card and anyone else that ever sends you paper and opt into digital only, you're onto a winner there, because you're not having this paper come into the house in the first place and then it's not building up. Things that do have to get stored, I do like those little popper folders. You just saw very quickly there, I stick little labels on the corner, and I'll show you later how I file those. But basically some things do need filing for a period, if not forever, and that's how I do it. Look how much stuff there is to go through still. Oh, I don't want to do this right now. I really don't. I wish I'd finished it yesterday, but hey ho. We are at the stage now where we're starting to put things back, which is quite satisfying. I mean, yesterday when I totally emptied the office and you couldn't see the floor at all in the living room, that was like, oh, what have I done? And that's what destructive decluttering is really. It's when you make a huge mess. But the reason I do that is to hack my own ADHD. I've talked about this before. And it's to make myself do stuff that otherwise I will get bored and wander off. So if it was just one drawer, if I just emptied one drawer and I intended to do 5 and I got bored after that one drawer, I could close the drawer and there would be no consequences for me not continuing. I would have tidied one drawer, but the other 4 drawers would remain disorganized, untidied, not yet decluttered, so just cluttered, I suppose. And there'd be no consequences because I'd shut the drawers and everything would look fine. But when I do destructive decluttering and I pull everything out, when I hit the stage where I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore, I have to keep going. Yesterday, to be fair to me, I only stopped because I had to physically go and get my children from school, and then they had activities all weekend, not all evening, not all weekend. What am I even talking about? All evening. They had activities all evening. So we are doing day 2 of this now. And it is down to sort of the nitty gritty. Sometimes the nitty gritty stuff is harder to sort. Sometimes when you do the beginning parts of declutter, you can see the results quite quickly and things move quite quickly, and it's quite easy to know what to chuck out. It's when you're down to the like itty bitty things of random stuff, like where does it go, that it's quite frustrating. So I've got those 2 folders at the moment. Now there were loads and loads of folders there, by the way. This little unit thing was totally overflowing. But those 2 folders I need because I've got a meeting with my accountants. They're last year's, some of them receipts. And to be fair, most of the receipts are digital. Those couple of folders. So there's only a few folders out at the moment, and then the rest are in filing, so that's good. We're now going to go through these boxes, which are IKEA boxes. All those things in that box there are hard drives. One of the things about my job, obviously, I have a lot of hard drives with a lot of footage and edited. They're called Final Cut Pros, the software I use, and they're stored in libraries. And I have hard drives and I have backups of those hard drives, because I heard somewhere before that if you have 1 copy, then actually you have 0 copies. And if you have 1 copy and 1 backup copy, you have 1 copy, because in essence, without a backup, if at any stage you could lose your data. So that's just worth remembering, I suppose. If you're not backing up, maybe you're not like making videos like I am, but if you're not backing up your phone or your photos or whatever, then that's something to put on your to-do list. It's well worth doing. I do try and back up digitally as well wherever I can, but obviously we're talking large quantities of footage, so I've got so many blinking hard drives. Now, all of these things I'm going through are lanyards and passes. Some of them are previous lanyards and passes from when we were Disneyland Paris pass holders, but then if we're going to go there again, we'll need those things, as in the lanyards and the lanyard holder things. Oh, still so much stuff. But then also we've got our Merlin annual passes, and they need to be kept together and separate and kind of ready to go unpack at any given time. Now, we are going to start moving some stuff back into the office and give things new homes, because decluttering is about slimming down for me what I've got, what I've physically got, but it's also about regrouping things and putting things in places where they are sensible to use. So, for example, this cupboard is behind me. It's not next to my desk. And yet I had things in there that I was using every flipping day, which is silly. Now, these are planners. They're planner stock from my planner store. I have a planner store. If you're looking for travel planners or daily planners, all that kind of thing, you can check that out and I'll link all that below. But basically what I'm trying to say is sometimes you've got things you don't use loads, and that's in your immediate space, like I had stuff I didn't use all the time in that drawer right next to me. I've now got that empty box. Look at that, it's empty. It's so exciting. Anyway, yeah, the stuff next to you in the spaces you use all the time. So maybe this is the top drawer of your dressing table or your bedside drawer. That's not the place to be storing stuff that you use once a year or never. That's not the place. If there is something you use occasionally, it needs to go in somewhere that's slightly more difficult to get to. And the only stuff you need in your immediate space is stuff you use all the time, stuff you reach for every day. And I had so much in that 5-drawer chest of drawers things next to me that I just never use. So like I've got one particular camera and a lens that I barely use, I'm considering selling. And that was living in those drawers right next to me. And that's really silly. So I'm part of this whole exercise is obviously getting rid of stuff. But the other thing I want to do is just make sure everything is stored like with like. So I've not got random things in random places. That being said, I know I have got some hard drives in the drawers next to me and some in another place, but those are different for reasons, as in current and to be stored. This is another example of my little filing system. Look, I just put these little stickers. They're like labeling stickers for envelopes or something, and then I just stick those on those popper folders and they just get filed alphabetically like that. It works, and then you can pull one folder out. And it's just so easy to use. So I've just got a couple of boxes of those. On another day, I do need to go through all that and slim it down a bit. And I need to go through that entire Calyx unit as well. But do you know what? I'm quite proud of what I've managed to do and what I've managed to turn this to. It was supposed to be 2 hours, guys. This was supposed to take me 2 flipping hours. But it didn't take me 2 hours. It's taking me best part of a day and then another few hours after that. But do you know what? I'm proud of what I've done. That was just my decluttering workbook, by the way. I was looking at what I've managed to declutter, which I'm going to show you at the end. Stay tuned to the end of the video. I'm going to show you exactly what I want to declutter and what I need to do next. So we'll talk all about that in a second. But first, before we have a chat and I show you what I've decluttered and all that stuff, I'm going to do some vacuuming, because when you tip everything out, lots of little itty bitty things. There'll be like a random bit of confetti and just crumbs of not even food. I don't know, just, I guess, dust and just muck. Anyway, you've tip anything out. So I like to push the vacuum over the area I've used for decluttering. I did fully vacuum my office yesterday. If you saw that video, I was pulling everything out. I cleaned the floors. I cleaned the skirting boards. I cleaned. However, I have been just moving stuff all around. So we're just going to push the vacuum clean over just so that we've done like a final clean. I'm also going to just clean this area because this is by the back door. And what tends to happen here is there's lots of like muck from going in and out of the back door. And also just those little like blue things. What are they called? I can never remember what they're called. I put them in the washing machine scent boosters. Those just end up all over the floor as well. So I'm just going to clean this little area. This is my laundry room area, which is next to, well, it's just sort of in the other side of a divider from my office. So what always astounds me is you can vacuum a rug, but it's not really clean, because if you then flip it over and vacuum the back, it kind of agitates all of the rest of the dust and the dirt out of it. And if you pick this up, so I've vacuumed the front, and then by vacuuming the back, that much dust, I'm not sure if you can see, but that's really bad, sort of got bashed out of the rug. So ultimately, the best way I've found anyway to clean a rug is to vacuum the top, flip it over, vacuum the back, which sucks up a little bit, but ultimately just, say, bashes all the dust out, the rest of it, and then flip it over, and once you've cleaned the floor to get obviously the dusty bits you've agitated out of it up, and then do the top again, which is a bit long-winded, but seems to be the only way to really get it clean. And now we can just put that back. These are little mats. These are actually machine washable. They are super handy. I use these. We've actually got a couple of back doors because we've got the ones in the dining room. And I guess this is a side door, not a back door, but you can access the garden from this door in my laundry room. And then as we're just making sure this place is super clean, I have pressed up on my walking desk, my sit-stand desk, so that it's easy to get under there. I've got my walking pad under there, but all of that was really cleaned all around in the corner yesterday. So I'm just going to make sure that there are no dust crumbs. And when I say crumbs, I don't mean food. I just mean like little bits of stuff that I don't know how much dirt, like how so much dirt gets in our house, to be honest, because we don't wear shoes in the house unless they're indoor shoes. I've got indoor trainers because I have a walking pad. We only eat in the kitchen and dining room, and yet still so much dust and stuff manages to find itself around the house. So that's the office. I'm going to press down on my sit-stand desk now and we can have a little chat. It took so much longer than I was planning for it to take, but equally I did so much more than I was planning to do. And what was supposed to just be a quick empty one or two drawers has turned into a bit of a deep clean. Now I have not tackled everything because I've not tackled this big unit behind me, and that's definitely going to be a job for another day because I've got stuff I need to be getting on with, the stuff I had planned for yesterday afternoon and this morning. But I am really, really pleased with what I've done. So let me show you what I've done, what I've organised and what I'm throwing away. So this is my new freshly organised office that on the surface doesn't look loads different, other than there used to be a whole load of stuff stacked here, and I've now got that as another work space. Let's just kind of start here and wander around, I suppose. I did have my bag thing there, my travel laptop bag. I've just popped that under there because I feel these boxes are a little bit neater there. All this is now clear. I have left all of my clipboards because I use those in the same way that people might use a whiteboard, and you can pick them up and take them down. These are all my ongoing projects and I just move them along. This helps my ADHD brain know what I'm working on, by the way. All of this was absolutely chock-a-block. That's mostly clear now. I have got my Organised Life binder. Organised Life Binder? I can't speak. I have got my Organised Life binder there ready to grab. Even that's been decluttered a little. And I've got a totally empty box, guys. It's very exciting. The drawers are so much more organised. So I've got a tissue box in here now. That used to be up there. I don't know. I seem to have a cold in the winter and hay fever in summer. So I need tissues all year round. Spare pens, glasses, but it's like personal stuff up there. And then this is more planners and things and some stationery. Then on to more kind of me specific stuff. These are all hard drives, my camera, some more solid state drives. This is just all for storing, like editing and stuff. These are SD cards in there and more organised cords and wires. I've thrown so many cords and wires away. I will show you at the end. These are cords and wires I actually use because my laptop and my computer now only have the USB-C connection, not the normal USB. I had all these cords that don't actually work on my computer at all. Batteries and things, a lot of the batteries are already in my travel case, was going away soon. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. There's a sewing kit back there as well. Then in the bottom drawer, these are travel vlogging pouches and things where I keep all my, what they're called, camera, battery type thing. I'll just show you. this kind of stuff, like battery handles, battery packs, extra camera battery, lots of batteries really. But that will go into there or into my day bag when I go out and I'm filming out of the house. But that is there, easy to access. More cameras in there. So those drawers are so much clearer and now not full of a whole bunch of junk that I don't use. All of this was pulled out and cleaned out because I clean in here, but I hadn't pulled everything out for a while and it was stinking. So that used to be over there. That lives there now. The shredder, all that was really dusty because I hadn't pulled it all out. That's like a cushion thing that goes under my feet when I'm working at my desk. That you either put your feet on, or I guess this is an ADHD thing, needed to like fiddle and move all the time. But yeah, that's when I am sitting at my desk. Of course, a lot of the time you see my standing desk goes up and down. I've got my walking pad under there. Honestly, getting this walking desk, the standing desk, the up and down desk and treadmill has been such a game changer for my health. I know I've talked about this in vlogs previously, but when I made this switch, it's made such a difference. The amount of steps I can now get in, I can fit exercise in without having to sacrifice working. Absolute game changer. I will link the walking pad that I have because you could just use a walking pad while watching TV. That would make such a difference. But definitely if you work at a desk, cannot recommend this setup enough. All of that was pulled out and cleaned. I haven't pulled all that out properly and cleaned it in ages. Behind that corner, the wall is still a bit damaged from when we had that leak from the boiler. Do you remember? Do you remember the waterfall that came out of the boiler? Honestly, behind there needs painting, but I can't see it. You can't see it. Do we care about painting that right now? Probably not. I'm never going to paint it. My husband's, he's a builder. He does all the kind of DIY-ish things around the house the same way. I don't watch him do stuff on the computer. I'm like, for goodness sake, just let me help you. It'd be so much quicker. So if he feels like doing that, I don't know, it's not urgent. We'll have to pull everything back out again. It's not bothering me. In here, in this little cupboard, this used to just be just random cameras and stuff shoved in there. It's now these neatly stacked boxes, which are all organised. And that is a GoPro bag full of camera accessories as well. But at least it's easy to pull out and see what I've got. I have moved that wax burner thing, which is on a smart switch, which I can control from my phone. So there's no flames or anything. But I can move that from there. I think that was over there. And then here in this corner, we've now got, these are like printable sheets of things that I use all the time. And they are just organised into like Polly pockets. So they are there for me to grab things like the temperature charts when the kids are ill and just random things that I stick on clipboards to use to organise my life. Because of course all these printables are available in my store, inside my membership, inside the Organised Life Club. Things like they're like pages that I put into my Organised Life binder. Of course, if you prefer to have actual planners, this was my previous favourite planner. It's the one I'm using at the moment, but as soon as I've finished using that one up, this is my brand new one, guys. My Organised Life Plan 2.0. I'm so excited. I'm going to very briefly show you this. It's got everything that I love from the original Organised Life Planner. The best bits of the Organised Life and Gratitude Plan. It's like the two had a baby and this has been born. I can't wait to start using it. Anyway, back to the tour. So yeah, printables. Some of those are free printables that you, in fact, I've organised these by these. These are free printables that you can get. That's the routine guide. I think if you go to mummyoffour.com/routine, you can get that. That's 100 Signs of Autism in Children. That is a printable that you can get to help you if you're preparing because your child's being assessed for autism. So I'll put the link for that down below. That's the birthday interview journal. They're questions you can ask your kiddos on their birthdays and have that little birthday tradition that we have. So I'll put all the details for those if you want any of those free printables below. But they're the free printables. And then these are printables for my Magical Adventures channel. So Disney Cruise Planner. These are the printable versions of them. Organised Mini Break Planner. Magical Trip Adventures Memories for Kids stuff. So that's all stuff for one specific channel. And then this is more like Organised Life printables from my Organised Life Club and from this channel. So that's the Autism Journey Journal. That is brand new. That's what the big project I've been working on to support parents with children going through autism assessments. But basically now I know where they all are because they're in the relevant boxes. That one is just empty one of those things for when I print out more stuff. Notebooks in there. They are a slimmed down amount of cards and keepsakes that'll eventually go into memory boxes, and that's just paper for the printer. In here we've got, this is Organised Chaos, believe it or not. These are command hooks for when I need those, hole punch, my label maker, that kind of stuff. In here, more tape and more supplies like that. Portable fans and spare sticky notes in there. And the bottom drawer is empty because when I get my trip drinks or my energy, apparently healthy, energy drinks delivered from Amazon, if there are too many of them, I put them in there to store the overflow. I do need to tackle all of this. I really need to take all these bags off, clean over there, pull out every one of these 25 boxes, which I will be doing soon, but I cannot do today. I did, however, let's count my wins. Pull everything down there, clean all of that. All behind there is clean. And this space is just looking so much clearer. It probably doesn't look that different to you, but to me, having these drawers organised so I can actually have the stuff that I need where I need it, flipping game changer. In here, in these boxes, which are IKEA boxes, those are passes and things for theme parks. And then in here, we've got, I'm not going to lift them all off, but they are stock of planners and things. I'll just lift one off, show you. Yeah, stock of planners and stuff that I need to have. But it's easier when you've got two hands, you're not holding camera. So all that's cleaned and vacuumed. I did vacuum in here as well, just because it was annoying me. And in here, we've emptied all of these baskets. They can go away upstairs in the airing cupboard now. Stuff I'm throwing away. It doesn't look like loads and loads considering the amount I've done. But honestly, that room is so much more organised now. It makes me so, so happy. It's well worth it. So all of this is rubbish or recycling. All of those cords. Look how many of those cords. And GoPro batteries from a GoPro, I don't even own anymore. Why do I need the batteries? I don't. All of these, every time you buy a hard drive, it comes with one of these blinking cables. That is not the connection that connects to my computer. So that's brilliant yet useless. All of that is paper recycling. All of this lot has to be shredded. Oh, and I have also got all of those are headphones, all of them. So I'm going to put 1 or 2 sets in the car, just in case we need them as backups. Ask the kids if they want them, and if not, they can be recycled too. I'm going to see if Will needs any of these connectors to connect to his phone for when he is vlogging. Also, he might want that to connect various things to his iPad that he uses for vlogging and stuff. And I'm going to ask him if he needs any of those for his PlayStation, and if they're no good. That's 32 gig, that's not too bad, but just to give you an idea, a standard vlog that I publish will generally be about 16 gig of footage when it is published up to YouTube. So, you know, these tiny, like that, most of my vlogs are bigger than that, that's 16 gig. Ask him if he needs one for school or whatever, he might need one for school. I'm feeling that, they can be recycled too. If you haven't done it yet, by the way, make sure you do grab my Clutter-Free checklist. This is a 2-page, like a quick start, how to get clutter-free. I'm looking at one of the pages in my decluttering assessment that I wrote out originally at the beginning of my decluttering project, you know, my journey at the beginning of this year. So what have we actually tackled since we started? The playroom walking cupboard is done. Zara's room is done and all her bookshelves, and Bella's wardrobe actually. So all those that were considered really high priority, I have done. I've done all of those. I consider the office low priority, but I'm in here a lot. I'm glad I did this because somewhere I spend so much of my time, and ultimately if I'm finding it easier to find things, that's going to save me time, isn't it? So I'm glad I did that. We do need to go back and do the lounge calyx. Yeah, they need to be done. So we need to do Will's calyx, Bella's calyx, the playroom desk and Bella's desk are quite high priority things at the moment. But also the whole drawers, I would say, have moved up in priority because they've still got winter hats and things in at the moment. So I think one of my next decluttering projects is going to have to be there because, you know, it's flipping warm and summery at the moment. We want wintry stuff around. So that'll be a really good one to do next. We've been putting it off for a while, but today is finally the day we declutter Bella's bedroom. Bells, we've been meaning to do this for some time, haven't we?
Yeah.
We have, but then it's been like we've been away one weekend, and then last weekend was gorgeous weather, so we opted to do something fun outside instead. But today it is a warm day, but it's not boiling, and quite frankly it's got to the stage where this has got dire, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've been desperate to get this done so you can have a lovely clean tidy space, and ultimately you cannot clean and tidy if there's clutter. So today's the day we're tackling it. So this is Bella's room as it stands. There is this whole load of stuff, which, bless you, Bella, you haven't got anywhere to put it, have you? And that's largely because a lot of these boxes are so full of clutter that does not belong there that there's no space. So we're going to pull everything out. Now, there was a lot of clutter under here, but we've cleared your desk because you wanted to use it. And you've been using this nice corner, haven't you, of your room? But the rest of it needs doing. So we're going to need to pull out all of these drawers. Oh my goodness. All of the drawers so that everything has its own place and it doesn't feel overstuffed and cluttered. Because at the moment, oops, that was not intentional, sorry. At the moment, yeah, everything is just a junk box, isn't it? So we're going to move from junk boxes to decluttered, lovely, organised spaces. Decluttering is one of those things that I do not like doing the decluttering, but we all love a nice decluttered space. So to help me and my ADHD brain get started and stay on task, I'm going to use my decluttering workbook. So I've got this printed out inside of my Organised Life binder. These printables are available inside of my store, or if you're inside of my Organised Life club, which you can join for just £10 a month, then you get all of the printables that I am sharing in this video. So join me in there, I'd love to have you. So Organised Life binder, we're going to flip to the decluttering workbook, which is sadly neglected because I have not been doing any decluttering for quite some time. In the decluttering workbook, if you've seen my decluttering videos before, there is an assessment you can do, go around each room of your house and decide what needs doing, sort it out in priority order. I have been working through this list this year. Now, this task, we're doing Bella's room. It is going to be, I'm hoping, a one-day project. We are going to have to do my destructive decluttering where I pull everything out. We do this for a few reasons. Number one, to make my ADHD brain keep going when I get bored. And number two, I feel like if you don't pull everything out, then we're not going to clear the space inside of the storage to put the stuff back in neatly, and there's not going to be enough space to store anything, and we're going to end up keeping junk we don't need and not having space to store stuff we do need. So I'm just going to fill out this little list now, and then I am going to pop on my Go shoes, which are just my indoor trainers that I use in the house when I'm on my walking pad, but they make me feel like magically I have more energy. I have got Bella with me today to keep me company, but when she gets bored I will pop in my headphones, listen to an audiobook or something to keep me on track. And then I have also got a little IKEA haul to share with you, which I think we'll unbox that before we get started, because it's got some things in there that we're going to use to sort and organise Bella's room. Let's open this up and see what we got. Woohoo! So we have got quite a lot of these. I don't know if I'm saying it properly, but they are Kugis boxes, and hopefully we've got lids to go with them. We have!
Yay!
And these boxes fit 2 deep into the calyx boxes. So one of those plus one of those equals 1 calyx hull. So what we can do is, as we're sorting Bella's room, she can have like craft supplies in one, something else in another. It's going to be fabulous. I also ordered some of these, which are half-sized ones. So
oh my
we can
gosh,
have all sorts of supplies and things inside them. I'm also planning to organise that massive calyx inside of my office. I'm hoping these boxes will inspire me to do that. I'm hoping that I'll get the inspiration, because so far the inspiration has not come.
Cute.
Oh, and they're tiny boxes. They're like the Goldilocks and the 3 bears of boxes.
And the 3 boxes.
And the 3 boxes. So anyway, millions of these.
Woo.
It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be box-tastic. Just you wait.
The table is
But I also got this which I think we're going to use in the living room. Oh, I need my little slicey thing, don't I? We have barely even started. I'm already boiling. We're going to have to open all the windows. It is kind of muggy and humid today, isn't it? Okay, so in here, this is actually not for your room, Bells, but before we go and get started, let's side quest and open it.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
We should make that an anthem, shouldn't we? So this,
Wow.
I don't know if we need tools to put together. I know. So this is supposed to
I
be
can make it.
like a little tray table.
Oh yes, I want to make.
You want to make that,
yeah.
do you? Well,
I'll make it.
help me with your.
No, I'm really good.
You want to make that, do you?
Things. Look, I've got screws.
It's gonna look like
I'm
that.
a professional.
I just thought it'd be good,
sort of things.
for when you girls are doing like crafts and stuff in the lounge, because I know you have a playroom and you have a desk in there, but sometimes you want to do things in the lounge. And it's like a little tray table. I think it'll be quite cute. So the tray is like liftable off the top, so it's a table, but you can take this tray bit off, I believe. Anyway,
Here's the hoop thingy.
that is the
Okay,
hoop thing.
I can just craft this quickly.
You're going to craft
well,
this, so I need to
yeah.
go and start off your room. You're going to build this. You don't want to just give it to Daddy to do?
But I don't know. I think
what's
it'll be
that?
quite easy.
Did that come off something? Oh, good grief.
mean,
It's literally got a couple of screws and an
instructions.
Allen key. Do you want to help me with your room, or do you want to build this table?
I want to help you with my room, but
And build the table?
yeah.
Yeah. How about we build the table later?
Later, yeah.
Do you
that's
think?
what I was going to say.
Okay, let's put the table bit up here, and we'll take the rest of the stuff upstairs.
I got a hula hoop. Yay!
Okay, side quest aside, let's just put this up here. All of the cardboard can go over there. I think at the moment, Bells, we're just procrastinating because we know what's about to happen. We know we're about to make a big old mess, because if I don't make a big mess, we're not going to do it, are we? Okay, let's go.
Let's survey the chaos that we have to deal with, shall we? Bella's room was fully decluttered, I want to say December 2023. And obviously we've cleaned and tidied it since, but there's just a lot of stuff that's just shoved. Drawers that don't get used for their proper uses. She doesn't use any of the stuff in the drawers because the stuff's stuffed on top and there's just not enough space. So we're going to use the baskets. I use these for everything. If you've watched laundry videos, decluttering videos, packing videos, I love my baskets. If you just get the same type of basket, because in the last house I had all different shapes and sizes and they didn't stack and then they didn't go away. So for these, I just use the same type of basket, and they store in the footprint of one basket in just that big tower. I used to have an actual laundry hamper, a tall one in there, and I got rid of that because it's just easier to put the laundry in the baskets and then just carry the one basket downstairs at a time. But that is not what we're doing today. We are not using them for laundry. We're using them for emptying, sorting, categorizing. I think we're going to take this throw thing off my bed because there's chance that bits of pen or crayon or whatever might come out of these boxes, because I'm going to have to empty all the boxes into my bedroom. And at least the sheets, as in the duvet cover and things, are easy to wash. They get washed and changed all the time. Whereas that throw, not so much, not so easy. So this stage is what I call destructive decluttering, okay? Destructive decluttering, because I have to pull it all out. And it is important to do it this way if you're me and you're likely to wander off if we don't do this. Because once I've done all this, I'm in it, I'm invested. Once it's all empty, there's no way I'm just going to tip it all back in Bella's room, because it would be messier than before we started. So it forces me to do it. But also, if you think about, if you've ever seen Marie Kondo or read her book, The Life-Changing, get my words right, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up. I actually just listened to it on Audible, but that totally counts. Anyway, if you've listened to that, read the book, seen the show, then if you don't pull everything out, you don't find things. Like Bella just found those cruise toys. She was like, wow, I didn't know I had those. But if you were just to do one drawer, then you'd find, I don't know, cruise toys or hair baubles or whatever. But then you'd pull out another drawer another day and they'd be like, oh, look, more hair baubles. So you'd have multiple categories of things. And in each drawer,
you'd find things and you'd tidy up those hair bobbles, but then you'd open another drawer and there'd be more hair bobbles. So by doing things this way, we're going to find every single thing that she's lost. Like this little butterfly thing's very precious to Bella. She'd lost it. So we're going to find things she's lost. But also, I know for a fact she's got hair bobbles, for example, just using the hair bobbles example, in multiple different places. Hair bobbles she's forgotten she had, but also then if things are being stored in multiple places, it's not efficient, and you just end up every box or drawer being a junk box or a junk drawer like this, not a box of a thing, if you know what I mean. So this is a slightly more painful system than doing the one drawer at a time. And I still maintain there is a place for the one drawer at a time. If all you have the bandwidth to do is one drawer, then that's better than not doing that drawer, and that will be satisfying. Just as a little while ago, a couple of weeks back now, we did sort Bella's desk area, because if you saw at the beginning of this video, her desk was reasonably clear, on top at least, and not in this drawer. But we cleared that desk area and we did like a little mini tidy up and mini sort, because she really wanted to be able to use the desk. Now, it was not the perfect solution because we had to move things to other areas, and because everything's such a mess, we didn't have the space to store anything properly. So we really just moved the mess. Whereas by doing things this way, we're going to be pulling out all of the junk, actually getting rid of things and only putting things back in categories. So all of the hair bobbles, for example, will be together. There won't be inefficient space usage, like just shoving bits of paper in a drawer, not efficient space usage. But we will be getting rid of things. I will show you, if you stay all the way to the end, I will show you what we actually get rid of and what we actually declutter. Place your bets to how much that's going to be. But in here, for example, in that drawer, there were a whole load of different hand creams. Bella's had some problems with her hands. But some of those are probably not the cream she needs to be using now. Some of them probably need to be chucked away, and we're going to make sure we do that today. So we're still at the emptying stage. We've been doing this a while, but now look, we have got some space, which is good. We've emptied all of the calyx. That's a lot of stuff. And her room's looking lovely and clear. Not quite clean yet because we need to clean it. I have actually emptied these drawers as well. Mostly IKEA things. These are their IKEA drawers, IKEA calyx. You know, they're great. They're really efficient. We were hoping to tackle under her bed today. I'm not sure if we're going to get to that today, to be honest, because it's such a massive undertaking. All of these boxes have also been emptied out, which is amazing. Not the bottom ones because we dealt with those before, but oh my goodness, look at my bedroom, guys. See, I have now properly backed myself into a corner because I literally can't go to bed tonight unless I deal with this. And I didn't really want to do this earlier. I almost chickened out. And if I hadn't got to this stage and just covered my bed, right now I'd be going, oh, do you know what? I'm sure I've got something really, really, really important to do, like some work on the computer, or I'd just find some sort of excuse not to do this. Honestly, I would. Okay, I think we're going to keep going and really go for it and actually clear these shelves as well, because these shelves, they're not super, oh gosh, they are mucky, aren't they? I thought they weren't that bad. They need a blipping good clean. And this is probably going to be a nice quick win. So although at the moment, oh my goodness, yuck. Although at the moment it all feels very overwhelming and very hopeless, at this stage of the decluttering, I do find it's helpful to get some quick wins. And things like just doing these shelves, it's like a little dopamine hit of tick, done. And you can go through your decluttering workbook and tick things off like shelves, done. Maybe Bella will find some things in all of that stuff that we've just emptied out that want to go on the shelves, or that she wants to put on the shelves that weren't previously on the shelves. She did have some display shelves in some of the cubes in the calyx would display things. I think she's going to want to swap those things around. Look, Bella's horrified at how much dust is up here. She actually wanted to dust this shelf herself, but she's pretty darn horrified with how filthy it is. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Or achafi, as we say in Wales, which I believe, I'm not a native Welsh speaker, but my grandmother used to say achafi. I believe it literally translates as yuck to me, and it literally just means yucky. So achafi is a very Welsh thing to say, and I suppose it's a Wenglish thing because I don't speak Welsh, but we do say achafi. So the shelves, they're coming back together nicely. We are going to change Bella's sheets later, but that's going to have to be an at the end kind of thing, because we didn't want to change her sheets before we got the dust all over them. They're looking really cute. She's taken that book that was over on the calyx, that's gone up there. And now let's just wipe the units, wipe the shelves so that everything going back in is clean. So there's no point in decluttering and putting it back into dirt. Bella's found a kite. Excellent. There's no point in putting organized things into a dirty room like this. Oh, wow. That's actually a separate cloth. This is the second cloth we've gone through. So we've gone through one cloth for up on those high shelves. That was too filthy to use again. We're going to wipe over here, and then we're going to do inside the shelves. We're going to wipe down the calyx units. Is this just me procrastinating because I don't want to deal with the stuff in my bedroom? Maybe a little bit, but honestly, in reality, it does need doing, because her room at the end of this, and this is what I keep clinging to when I'm doing these things, is the outcome. It's how we're going to feel at the end. Right now, it's warm. I'm not going to lie to you. It is really, really warm. It's not sunny. It's not like let's go outside and enjoy the weather sunny. It's muggy. And we feel sticky. We've had enough already. And I don't want to, quite frankly. But I keep clinging to how lovely it's going to be at the end. I keep thinking of Bella not really wanting to spend time in her room and it not being her lovely sanctuary, and saying she doesn't want to sit at her desk because it's too messy, and she doesn't want to make bracelets in there because it's too messy. And that makes me really sad, because her room has got the potential to be so lovely. None of the bedrooms in our house are huge. I know that. And I know American viewers are always amazed at how small the bedrooms are in some UK houses. Well, space is tight here, and bedrooms are not necessarily massive, but this is her own space and I want it to be beautiful for her. So even though it's not a massive room, it could be a very lovely room. But the space has not felt lovely. I've felt it really overwhelming. Every weekend when she's had to tidy her room, she's like, I just can't. There's just too much stuff and these baskets of things that don't fit. And really, this has been very much overdue. We should have done this probably before Christmas. It's summer, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. There's no point in beating ourselves up for what we haven't done yet. Let's just congratulate ourselves for the fact that we're doing it now. Better late than flipping never. So we're going around the room. We've done the shelves. We've cleaned those. The shelves are put back. We've done the wiping the little chest of drawers. Or my sister used to call them chestnut drawers, so I always think of that. Wiped her desk and the calyx unit. Oh, we've forgotten about emptying this slot. Oh my goodness, there's even more stuff. This is definitely a good example of a junk drawer. Look, what category of stuff is in this drawer? Mishmash. Oh, Bella's even just like, oh no. It's just random stuff. So therefore, junk drawer. Not that any of the stuff in isolation, or not that some of it is junk, not that all of the stuff is junk, but when it's just mishmashed like that, none of it feels like it has any value. None of it feels treasured. None of it feels functional or usable. It all just feels like clutter. By the end of this, where we want to be, where we want to feel, and this is why we talk about this in the decluttering workbook at the beginning, when we're journaling out what we want a room to be like, we think, how do we want it to feel? Well, I want Bella to be excited to use her things. I want her drawers, when she opens them, to feel lovely and like she can access the things she wants to use. I want her room to feel like a haven, not like a chaotic mess, because that's not the way to be a relaxing environment, is it? So at the moment, every drawer just feels overstuffed. There's no room for anything new. There's definitely stuff in here that she doesn't need or use anymore. Oh, there's so much of it, though. It just keeps coming. And these are leggings and things. Now, these were reasonably sorted because we did a room declutter not a room declutter, like a clothes switchover quite recently. But even though we did that quite recently, I'm still going to make sure we empty everything out, because other than the under the ottoman bed bit, which I think if we take it that far, it might break me. And under there's reasonably organised anyway. That'll have to be a job for another day, even though I did originally say we were going to do it today. I feel that might be taking it one step too far. Everything else I feel has got to come out. Every little bead, every little bit of rubbish, and we just want to spray and wipe. By the way, the other thing I find helps keep you motivated is using cleaning stuff that I like the smell of. And this one is the Method. It's the peach and pepper or something. Or maybe that's the washing up liquid. Oh, we found another blooming drawer of stuff. Oh my goodness, will it ever stop? We're supposed to be cleaning drawers now. We find another drawer of stuff. Now, some of this is treasure that Bella's going, oh, I'd lost that. And some of it is just, quite frankly, needs to go in the bin or be donated or recycled or something. It just needs to get out of the house. And by the end of this, I think we're going to have quite a lot of stuff. But I will show you. I know I've taken it on board previous decluttering videos. When I started this decluttering series at the beginning of the year, then, oh look, that's a bow Bella needed for a Disney bound. Anyway, when I started this decluttering series at the beginning of the year, I would film the decluttering video, and I didn't realize you guys wanted to see what I was getting rid of, but I have taken it on board, and I pinky promise you, if you stay to the end, I will show you not just the finished room, which, who knows, will we ever finish this? But if we actually manage to finish this room today, I will show you everything we've done and how great it looks at the end, but I will also show you all of the stuff that is going, the stuff we've decluttered. Now, we've managed to do a lot of wiping. Let's do some vacuuming. Now, we're being honest, I'm probably going to have to vacuum a lot more at the end as well, because although I'm doing most of the tipping out and the sorting in my bedroom and then filtering it back into Bella's bedroom, we'll probably have to do a little bit of a vacuum at the end because we are going to be walking in and out, in and out. And I know we're wearing indoor shoes or bare feet, but still we'll be carrying stuff back and forth and dropping things. And I want this room to be really clean and clear and lovely by the end of the day. But equally, I feel like I just want to do a really quick vacuum now. So I feel the room has got this really clean, lovely energy that keeps us motivated. The lovelier the room looks as it comes together, the more motivated I'm going to be to keep going and be like, yes, we're getting somewhere. Hooray, let's keep going. And yeah, that's why I want to just clean this bit now as we go, even though we're going to have to probably do a final clean at the end. So already the room is feeling a lot better. I mean, look how happy Bella is. She doesn't have any stuff in here, but it's looking lovely and clear. So these drawers all empty and ready now. I think it's time to tackle. Oh, can we go back in the clean room, please? Because this one is really stressful. It's really, really stressful. I don't want to do this. But you know what? We've got to keep our eyes on the prize. We've got to keep moving. Let's think about how nice Bella's room's going to be at the end, and also about maybe getting into bed at some point today. I'm feeling like a good place to start, sort of a quick-ish, easy-ish win would be to put up some of the stuff on display shelves that she wants. So Bella knows that she wants one of these boxes to be a Beauty and the Beast, which is Bella's her favourite princess. Beauty and the Beast is her favourite film. So she wants a Beauty and the Beast themed box shelf. And then one of the other shelves she wants to be a Harry Potter theme. So she'll have all her Harry Potter books and various things on one, and the Belle and the Beauty and the Beast stuff on the other. And I feel like this will be a nice quick win because it'll keep these pieces like the Belle Castle, which are quite fragile, obviously. It'll put them back out of the way so they don't get damaged during all the decluttering. And again, it's just looking pretty. It's bringing the room together and getting some stuff out of the way. So there we go. That's the Beauty and the Beast one. I think she's got another couple of bits to go on there. This Harry Potter one, she's going to put on there. That's a Harry Potter Polly Pocket, by the way. How cool is that? Shout out in the comments if you played with Polly Pockets as a kid. I did, and I love that my girls are into them. I actually bought a Friends Polly Pocket for my friend's daughter recently for her birthday because she's really into Friends. How cute is that? And the Friends Polly Pocket was insane. It was so cute. Anyway, we're now on to the bit that is quite stressful. It's the tipping out and dealing with the mishmashed junk. And this is stressful because it does not feel like a quick win. It feels like all the itty bitty gritty bits that I just don't know what to do with. Honestly, I do need to be ruthless. And one of the main things I use baskets for at this stage is sorting. So you can't exactly see, but just out of shot in front of me, I've got baskets, and one of them I'm putting things that are just for the actual bin. They can't be recycled, they need to be thrown away. A basket for recycling, and then a basket for donating, and then grouping like things together. So we'll have one little pot or basket or whatever to put hair bobbles and things in, or bracelets. And then those white boxes that you saw me buy from IKEA earlier, those are going to be used to subcategorize things inside of the big square boxes. So the big square boxes are the cloth ones. They slot into the square shelves, and then the white boxes will sort of section out inside of those. Now, we do want to sort Bella's desk as well as her drawers, and we're going to put some of these clear dividers in there. These are great. I bought these before and they stack. So that one doesn't, that's from somewhere else, but all the others, these came in a big set. I will link these in the accompanying blog post. And they stack, so you can have a set of clear acrylic things on the bottom, and there's a lid, and then more stack on top. So in here, these just need to be things that she needs to access. So her iPad, if she wants to listen to an audiobook before bed, and things like her TV remote for when she is going to have a movie on the weekend, the book she's currently reading. She loves her lip balm, she kind of collects those, and that looks reasonably neat and tidy. Unlike my bedroom, which looks like it's been reverse burgled. It's like someone just brought stuff and dumped it in the house rather than stole it and took it away. Anyway, we do have to keep going with this, as much as I don't actually want to, even a little tiny bit. Now, the more certain categories come together, the more it does start to feel a little more satisfying, I suppose, where you can start to see, okay, well, I've actually found loads of hair brushes or hair accessories, and now they're all together. You can also decide what to keep and what to get rid of a little more when I feel like you've tipped everything out. Although it is possible you will do what I do and just get to the stage when you're decluttering and just regret all life choices and feel in kind of an ADHD paralysis when the dopamine rush wears off and not want to keep going. I get to this stage every time I do a declutter, but we got to keep going. So I wasn't listening to anything up until this point because I had Bella with me. That's the fan blowing in my face because it's that warm. But I've now stuck one of my headphones in my ear and I'm listening to an audiobook to keep me going. So you could listen to an audiobook, you could listen to a podcast. I have a podcast. It used to be called the Real Talk with Ree podcast. I've renamed it the Organised Life podcast, or I'm not entirely sure. An Organised Life podcast with Rianne Morgan, Mummy of Four. I don't know, it's a bit long-winded, but I wanted people to be able to find it. And that just sits because I've got my Organised Life Club, I've got my Organised Life Planner, and I just thought it kind of fit with it. So if you need something to listen to when you're decluttering, you can listen to that and I can hang out with you. I do find the time goes so much quicker. Obviously, the girls are with me now. I'm not listening to something, I've turned that off. But when they get bored or go in the other room, I do find it really keeps me motivated, either listening to music, like really motivating upbeat music, but a podcast, an audiobook. Sometimes I'll put something on my phone or iPad that I can watch or listen to that I don't really need to watch. So it could be certain YouTube videos that don't really require the visuals. So for example, the video version of my podcast would be a good example. I mean, I don't watch that because I've already seen it. I was there when I filmed it and edited it, but that kind of thing you could watch. Or certain TV shows, I wouldn't want to watch something really engaging that, oh good gosh, look at the mess. I wouldn't want to watch something where I need to see it and really need to be paying attention. But you know, something like a comfort rewatch. Like, for example, maybe I should rewatch Friends. I watched all of that as a teenager and I loved it so much. That would be a good rewatch while decluttering, comfort show, and to keep me company. So when I feel like I'm not that motivated and like, oh, I don't want to keep going, this is too overwhelming, that's often the point where I tip out another box, and that's just slightly abusive to myself, I suppose, but ultimately it's just, right, no, you've got to keep going. Just tip it out and keep going. Just keep going, push through. You've got this far now. There is no way out of it. You can't go under it. You can't go over it. Oh no, we have to go through it. And keep the eye on the prize. It is going to feel so great when this is done. Bella's going to be so happy with her room. I'm going to be thrilled that we found things that were lost and that some stuff will be decluttered. The girls are going through hairbands and things in Bella's room. They are actually working together, so that's nice. Zara's helping. Sometimes they're great team players and they do things together. Other times they do not. Let's just say that my girls, I'm sure if you have kids, you'll find this, they're either best of friends or at each other's throats, and there is no in between. So we are getting somewhere, because this bed was super duper chocker full, and now there were only a couple of boxes on it. So we are making progress. Some of this is blankets, bedding, that all lives in her room, because I always keep the children's bedding that they need for each bed in their room. So it's easy for them to change over. This was a habit from when they were little. If they were sick or needed clean bedding in the night, I wouldn't have to bother anyone else. Look how nice this drawer is now. It's so cute. And it was horrible before. It was just overwhelming. And now it's lovely and organised already. So it might not look like it if you just walked in at this stage. You would not say, oh, she's making real progress just looking at what you're looking at right now. But the bed was absolutely full. You could not get down either side of the bed earlier because there were so many boxes, and all of the boxes that have left the room have been sorted. The stuff in it has either been decluttered or organised into a categorized box. So each of those white boxes has a specific category of items in it. For example, notebooks or stationery. Some of it is just stationery that is still in the packet, which is really great for our upcoming back to school stock take, which we'll be doing at the very beginning of the summer holidays. So make sure you stay tuned for that, where we go through all the things the children have, to avoid buying things again. And honestly, if we hadn't done this declutter, even doing the back to school talks, why can't I speak? The back to school stock take, not that much of a tongue twister really, but even doing the back to school stock take, I don't think it would have been very efficient. Because honestly, I would have looked, have they got any pens? And I would not have found all of the pens that I found. I found so many empty packs of pens, unbelievable amounts. It's like they've got an entire Staples, is that even a shop anymore? It used to be a massive stationery store, an entire Staples store worth of pens that have never even been out of the packet. So we still got all this stuff on the floor, but I maintain that we're making progress. There are a lot of books that need to be donated, really, that all of my kids have grown out of. Certain books I will keep forever and I will treasure and I will put in their memory boxes and I will bring out and hopefully read to their children when they have children. But honestly, most of the books they grow out of get donated to our school and they go down to the infants or to the nursery class in school so that they can be utilised and enjoyed by other children. So Bella's room's looking not as tidy as it was, but we are getting there. There's a lot more going away. Try putting one of these big heavy boxes away with one hand in a box that's higher than your head because you've got a camera in the other hand. Not easy. Only just managed that. Didn't drop it all over the floor. Well done, Ree. We are emptying some baskets and baskets are going away. This is progress. I'd forgotten about this basket. I didn't have space for everything in my room, so I stashed this in Zara's room and we just remembered that it was in there and Bella's like, no! Come on, Bells, you can do it. Come on, baby girl, we're nearly there. She's been ever so good, super duper helpful, and she's really excited to get this room finished and to just enjoy the space and have a lovely, clean and clear and decluttered space. Much like her mother, Bella doesn't love actual decluttering. She loves organising things and putting things in categories and, that kind of stuff. But she doesn't love the overwhelming bit. However, she does love things when they are organised. So we're very similar like that. It is now at the stage where we are going to make her bed because we're not going to make too much more mess in here. So the bedroom is going to feel really clean and clear and fresh. That's done. And look, it's not looking too bad. Look what we've done. Oh my goodness. I didn't think we'd ever get anywhere near this stage. We're now at the labeling stage, which is the fun bit of organising. So we're not going to label every single box, but we are getting out my label maker to label a few of the boxes. And this is the fun bit, isn't it? This is the bit that's like, hey, if we do all the boring bit, all the chucking stuff out and the going through all the itty bitty gritty stuff and the horrible bit of decluttering, we get to do the fun bit where we are printing labels and putting them on boxes and making it all look cute. Bella wants one called Bella's Treasure Trove. So she's printing that out. We're going to stick these on the boxes. Most of the boxes are actually going inside other, I think they're called Drona boxes, the fabric calyx boxes, but she wants 4 of them she can just access straight away with the stuff she always wants. One of them, this Bella's Treasure Trove, is some shop game she's playing. She's making a shop, so that's one of the boxes she wants. Another one, she's going to put beads in it, I think, because the girls are making loads of bracelets and things for Pixie Dust for our upcoming Disney cruise. And then that box she can take downstairs and make bracelets for Zara or whatever. And that's just essentials, pens and things. I'm at the stage where I can pretty much sort my room now. Look at the floor. I mean, it 1,000,000% needs vacuuming because it's had all manner of junk and probably just so much glitter and sequins and all sorts all over it. You can't really tell because it doesn't look too bad now. I've cleared most of the stuff, but the vacuum is now sucking up, making very sucking up beads and bits of glitter and all sorts kind of noise. So it is satisfying to be able to push the vacuum cleaner around now and see the floor, because honestly, earlier today, this has been a long, long, hot day, and there have been stages where I thought, I'm not sure I'm ever going to see the floor again. How am I ever going to get this clear in time to go to bed? Why did I start this? What was I thinking? And all those kind of thoughts. And now the end is near, it's in sight. It is satisfying to be able to vacuum the carpet that I can see a couple of hours ago. And it is hot and it has been a long day, but I'm starting to feel like it's all been worth it. I can't tell you how relieved I'm feeling that we are this close to the end of this project. And okay, I could beat myself up and be like, oh, but we didn't do under the bed. Or I could be like, well done, Ree. You can actually see the floor in your bedroom again. How satisfying is that? And I've never been so happy to see my bed without junk all over it. I can't wait to get into bed tonight. And Bella's room looks so cute. I mean, look at it. And it used to just have baskets of junk all over the floor because there was no space for them. And now it looks so nice. Well, we have worked tirelessly, absolutely tirelessly. But I'm really, really pleased with the result. Are you?
Yeah.
You've worked so hard. So thank you so much. Would you like to show everyone around what we've done?
Okay. Start here.
We will start here. Come on then.
Here we have
Sleepy masks. Bella, sleepy masks.
and a mirror.
And a mirror. Yeah, okay. Now this was covered in stuff and now there's just the one bag. It's kind of whichever bag is your go bag is going to live there. Perfect. Okay, next.
Next we have this drawer of hairbrushes.
Perfect.
All of these accessories. Oh.
Very neatly organised and categorised. This was junk. Was it not?
Yeah.
Just mushed up junk that you never opened because it was so full of junk. Will you use this now?
Yes.
You were getting very excited when you were categorising into little containers. You're so my daughter. Next. Hairbands, colour-coded by rainbow. And then leggings in the KonMari folded upright. We did have that, in all fairness. The rest of it down the bottom weren't too bad at all anyway, were they? Just taking out some winter vest that for some reason was still in there. And then the bottom, socks and pants. Perfect. Okay, now this is one of the biggest transformations. We're not going to pull out all of them, but in brief, they're all organised. So just to recap, we did have loads of books, but the books have gone down there because the bookshelves did look a bit messy, didn't they? Because they were kind of 2 books deep.
Well, that's a bookshelf, but it looks
that's
nice.
a Harry Potter display, and this is a Beauty and the Beast display. That's curated.
Folders and some books.
So folders and some books, but these are now, we've slimmed down a lot of the stuff in here. And where do papers go that you want to keep?
In the folder.
Do they get stuffed in drawers? Like
No.
half used, scrappy, cut up with paper? No. And then in these, These are
This
organised
box,
things. So
and then
these
there's
are
box underneath.
So these are nice and easy to use. You can take that out, pull out the top box, and you can access the bottom box easily. Now these two, yeah, that's Lego. So that's in the white boxes inside. These two, we have got sort of your essentials that you're going to be using all the time.
Huh?
In fact, one of them is even called Bella's Essentials.
This is the bead box.
The bead box. Making bracelets for pixie dust for Disney Cruise. Fantastic. So you can actually pick that up and take it downstairs. Do that with Zara. Bella's Essentials. I think this is another one that's kind of key. This is literally just the stuff you want all the time. Like your keyboard to go with your iPad, some of your favourite pens, your belt bag, just the stuff you're going to need all the time. So just to recap, I mean, this desk, look at the desk. Beautiful. You can actually, there's space under it. There's space. Oh, amazing.
Bracelet.
So a curated selection of bracelets that you've chosen that you love.
A lot of bracelets.
So these are jewellery making essential bits. Let's go back in. Okay. Curated jewellery now and just a lot clearer. So how do we leave the desk, Bells?
Clear.
Because then you're actually quite excited to sit and use this, aren't you?
Oh yeah, Elsa's flying while
that's
using
nice.
her ice powers.
This was something we did last year, I think. But in all fairness, this has stayed really, really nicely. And over here, so we have got the dolly cot, but that's been slimmed down a lot. This is all clear. You've got your little crystals in your sunlight bowl. Would you like to show us this lovely bedside?
Okay, and here we have...
No more chaos?
Yeah.
It was chaos, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
So you've got your remote controls, you've got your iPad, you've got your book you're reading, all your... Yeah, it's just lovely. Little AirPods, your loops. It's looking so good. Little fan. And in the bottom...
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Okay.
Neatly organised
Treasure.
boxes. Treasure.
And fidgets.
Fidgets. A big box of fidgets. And what's in this one? You got tissues in there. Because again, you're my daughter and you need tissues.
Bunny's something.
Bunny's
and Bunny's
clothes.
something.
Your bunny's clothes. And Bunny, she's here. She's here.
She's wearing a watch that doesn't work.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Well, Belle, you've done such an amazing job. So I'm really pleased with the work we've done. I'm really pleased with the stuff that came from IKEA. Those boxes are great, and they've made such a difference, being able to categorise things. The little table has gone together and looks like this. So that's something that I'm sure you'll be using. And I know you all want to see what I actually got rid of and decluttered. Well, here it is, okay? Here it is. Has this been exhausting? Yes. Are we really, really pleased with the results?
Yes.
Absolutely. If you'd like to keep decluttering with me, click on the playlist on the screen now. If you want to grab my decluttering workbook, you can get that inside of my Organised Live Club. Details are on screen and down in the description. Or you can buy it as a one-off, but to be honest, you're better off just joining the club. It's an absolute bargain. You get so many extra bits. Check it out and it will just help you. My brain is gone now. I'm so tired. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.